Godslayers? Godslayers? Have you come to the top of this god mountain to kill your final foe? Well, that's not here. It's just us. Come, sit down at this table that's on the top of our mountain. We've been having a really good time, and we're excited for you to join us. If you don't know that this is Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer TTRPG show on this side of the ether storm. I'm so excited to be back here to tell another story with my dear, dear friends tonight. Penultimate episode of this season. Let's see how that on party shakes out, huh? I can't wait for What You Say to start playing at a random interval when someone dies. It's really going to be the taste of living, huh? Well, I think, I always like to open it up to you all to bring any important life announcements forward. But I think I am worried about this suddenly becoming a Tears of the Kingdom podcast, if I do so.
I was literally waiting to talk about it.
Yeah.
Literally, and hovering over the unmute button, waiting.
Yeah. So I think we should, maybe we should just lean in. So welcome to the Tears of the Kingdom podcast. Inside of the first all fat, all queer TTRPG show, with your host, Molly. Molly, Tears of the Kingdom. Why is that kingdom crying?
Oh, you don't want to know, actually. But you can find out, and you might wish you hadn't. I just need everyone to know I did beat the game, and they did make Ganon so sexy in this one. He's sexy in all of them, but like especially in this one, he's so hot.
Apparently there's been like one person in charge of his design since I think Twilight Princess.
That makes sense.
And so that's why he's been getting like increasingly sexy over the course of the last several games.
They certainly poured a lot of juice. They poured a lot of sexy juice into him when they rehydrated him in this one.
That makes sense
That's
to
the
me.
biggest spoiler we're going to give you.
Other things. Let's see. I got all the secret horses, of course. That's like the first thing I do in any game. What else? There's a lot of slutty armor in this one.
What have you named your horses, actually? Because I'm playing Breath of the Wild right now, and naming all of my horses, and it's been the most painstaking part of this process. So I want to hear what your horse names are.
There's one named Oopie, one named Doopie, one named Basil, one named Spot, one named Dolly after Dolly Parton, and one named Roman after Roman Roy from Succession. So, and it's absolutely it is.
These all make sense to me.
I'm mentally ill and I love horses.
Canonically, these make sense.
Is Roman Roy the one you take out when it's like a little dicey and you don't care if the horse dies? Is that like the designation of that horse?
He is a special horse, but my least favorite of the special horses. Much like Roman Roy in the show. Yes. So,
have you gotten all of your pony points prizes?
Of course. I just stayed at the inns over and over again to make sure I got all of the cool saddles and everything.
Perfect. Yeah, very important. I've now gotten all of the cool saddles and feel like I no longer need to get pony points because I don't really care about any of the other like boosters. Because it's like sleepover passes, which I think it's hilarious that they're called sleepover passes. But yeah,
I wonder who's gonna get a sleepover pass tonight.
I have not beaten Tears of the Kingdom. I beat a single boss last night in 2 tries, which is a huge accomplishment for me. But I have been playing primarily in the most calming way possible, which has been hunting down all of the towers and then like being very picky about horses, doing a million side quests. And that's how I've been recovering from surgery. That's been my primary recovery tool. Has been that process. So yeah.
Leon, what did you name your horses?
I have one named Gris because he's a gray horse, so I named him Gray in Spanish. I have another one named Kinoro because kin and oro both mean gold in Japanese and Spanish, respectively. So there was that. What else? I don't know. I don't remember. I have several of them, but
I named a fancy horse a combination of my 2 girlfriends' names because I'm gay.
That is gay.
Yeah. And then I gave her the flower hair.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Thank God. If the horse doesn't have the flower hair, what are we doing? I did name one Jamifer after the cat Jam over here. I did name one Brookie after the Trader Joe's Brookie because it looked like one and I wanted one so bad. And then I named one Grimy. And that's the one that I take out. I'm not worried that it's gonna die. And then I have my creme de la creme, my like 4 stamina spokes horse named Caviar.
I love that.
Those are my horses.
I do have a friend who named, at least in Breath of the Wild, and then of course they got transferred over now to Tears of the Kingdom, because it's like, oh, do you want to take out, and then the name of the horse, right, when you're taking them out. So naturally, she has one named My Dick. Right? How could you not?
Nintendo would not approve
So
of that.
wait, take out as in kill it, or take out as in bring it out?
Bring it
Like,
out,
bring it
yeah,
out
because
of
you
the
can
stable.
board them. Yeah, so like take
okay.
out or
Just wanted
board
to make
them.
sure.
Took it out.
Yeah, no, take
my
it.
favorite thing is when the stable master's like, "You want me to put this horse down?" I'll do.
No.
I'll do it.
They
I'll
have
do
a
it.
whole cutscene. It's really fucked up. They show them taking the horse behind the stable. That's scary.
That's the Tears of the Kingdom. Wow, and that's the end of our Legend of
Actually,
Zelda
Unfortunately, I have
podcast.
Funny, I'm
two
sorry.
additional but quick
No.
questions.
No, the podcast ended. Everyone's gonna have to turn into next episode.
Additional but quick questions.
Nope,
Two
the ads are
additional-
rolling. They just said this is brought to you by HelloFresh. It's done. We're over. They're
No, it's
rolling
brought
the
to you by
ads.
Subway Eat Fresh because
Have you befriended the dogs?
Nope. I told you once. We'll start putting on penalties
Teaser
after
for
this
chat
point.
then. Have you befriended the dogs at the stables?
Oh,
And how many Korok war crimes have you committed?
They're going,
none, by the way, folks
Same,
out
none.
there.
I've committed none.
What's going on? I thought we were all on the same page. I thought we all liked them. And then I go on
And then there's Korok
Twitter.com.
rotisseries on Twitter, which is terrifying.
People are crucifying them. I like to put them in little carts and wheel them to their friends. I see people getting AK-47s out, shooting the Koroks, sending them into space. What's going on? I don't understand. I thought we were cool. They're cute. What's your problem? I'm really upset. I never understood what happened. People really don't like those little guys, and they just want to find their friends.
it's different. It's a different time from when Breath of the Wild came out. It's a different era of American history.
Yeah.
It's different now. So that's the little clip of next episode that plays after the 4th BetterHelp ad. And we've been your hosts. So now let's tell some stories together, huh? In order to do that, we got to talk about the stories we've already told, which means that it's recap time. Last time you got a recap of grace and teamwork, but we are back to the hyper-competitive cutthroat nature of recaps. Everybody knows it's like that. So I believe Akita won last time. So Akita,
Yes.
congratulations on that recap. So my question for you, as it is always, who would you like to pick to anoint us first this evening?
Hey, Kaylin, what the fuck was that?
What was what?
At the end of the last episode, what was that?
Well, I like how you're just saying my name like I'm the only one involved.
I meant to say Kaylin. Sorry, I said Kaylin. I thought I said Kaylin.
me. What did I do? What did I do?
What did you do? Yeah, you.
Oh. Also, Kita, you're muted in Google Meets.
I'm fucking. All right.
Google Meets is
Don't
back.
distract from the question.
True. Don't distract from the question because I had a panic attack at the beginning of last episode. That was my recap. What did you do, Kaylin? I don't know.
Don't.
Oh, Sam.
Chad is saying that Kaylin was sad and it was me. I guess I'm perhaps that eye contact felt so direct that I just immediately was like, oh, it's me. Like, Where it's a K name, and this eye contact is the most direct eye contact I've ever received. I was so afraid in that moment. But yeah, Kaylin, what the fuck, man? Thank you for that recap. Who are you picking to follow up that impossible act?
Samantha.
All right, Samantha, it's time to step to the plate. Time Daddy. I know that you're off during news broadcasts because those are your sanctioned union breaks. But if you time the rest of them, that'd be great.
Fuck yeah, union strong. Let's go. All right. By the way, I did have some celebrity sightings on the picket line this week, and it was kind of sick. Just, anyways.
You know, name drop, or you just gonna?
We'll talk about this secret podcast.
Oh, okay.
I saw Pat Oswalt, Joel McHale, and I saw the little girl from Hereditary, and I freaked out because I was like, "Ah, it's her!" Anyway, Sam, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Skeslisle and Brian are now best friends. Skeslisle, Brian, and Winona concoct a plan to try to kill Discord. Nope, that's not true. Valpyne, Valnorax. And then Brian wants to gossip with Gideon about their godly date, and Current is really, 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 really hot.
Hey-o.
That's all I got.
Hey. Yeah.
I think next I would like Kaylin to go, only so he can defend himself, even though his actions are indefensible. Thank you and good night.
Okay. Kaylin will be finding a fantasy lawyer this episode.
You ready to explain yourself?
Are we ready?
Oh, you
for the
asked if
timer?
you were
Are
ready.
you ready? Are you ready to explain
yes,
yourself?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kaylin has done nothing wrong ever in his life. Kaylin set up an adorable meeting between Gideon and Mirafel that took place in Gideon's ever-changing room in the house that creepily looks exactly like their house in
That's
Kryptis.
enough, traitor. All right. I love you so much. So much as a bit. Just checking in.
Goodness.
Oh.
Okay, so Lyrica.
You ready?
These eyes are for Kaylin. Hey, no, we're good. We're fine.
Right.
It's fine.
We're so good. We've never been better. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody gets ready for our next course. Nox. Gideon meets Mirafel. There's a creepy child home dupe that's not okay. Skeslisle's the 7th monster, but also needs Brian to save him. Curtin has a grand entrance, and there's some sketchy Kaylin Malaya Paris shit. I put that there. Right there. In my notes. It says sketchy Kaylin Malaya Paris shit.
It's right there in their notes. Right there.
That's how you know it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Erica never tells lies in their notes.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Molly.
What's up,
yes. Oh man, there were secrets on that. I almost went, here are all my secrets.
Okay, wait. Now we have Kita's captions picking up everybody else's.
Well, I'll just mute them.
Oh my god.
Mute the Google Meets.
God is so Google is being so hateful. Well, that figures itself out. Would you like to would you like to go ahead and tell us a tale, Time Daddy?
Sure. I'm ready.
All right. Then in 3, 2, 1, go.
Mirafel meeting creepy childhood home. Mel's invited to the party. We go to the ballroom. Current has a grand entrance. Everyone clocks Fang. We all get separated into different ballroom parts. And am I Alan coming because there's a traitor in our midst? I can't do Scottish accents. Shit traitor on Peacock streaming now.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It's so good. One of the
It's
best
really
shows of all
good,
time.
everyone.
Oh, one of the best shows of all time. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh. Well, I can't willy-nilly give out inspiration anymore, but if I could, you'd get one for an Alan mention. And now it's canonical that's Alan's actor. That's who plays him.
I think they dress similarly, but only the good outfits, which we did have a whole discussion on the cast Discord, by the way, where we posted every outfit that Alan Cumming wore on that show, and emoji reacted our thoughts on that outfit. So.
Trader, did you give your recap?
I did.
Yeah, you did. Okay, great. I couldn't remember. Though, yeah, you never did anything wrong because you arranged, I remember. And I agreed with you. I was like, you're right. He's such a good guy. You arranged that meeting and everything. Perfect. Well,
Trader is currently not winning the poll because the mods did call him traitor in the poll.
Well, it is so funny
voting.
to me that it's just treat question.
Treat? Who gets it? Box talk. Samantha, let's take it away.
Okay, I love my box. Okay. Oh, apparently my mic mute is broken. I will fix that while I talk about my box. Hello. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see your faces, kind of. By which I mean it's nice to see the cast faces. I can't see chat's faces, but I wish that I could. Anyway, hello. We first want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. They've been our sponsor since season 1, and we love them so much. Make sure to stick around during our breaks tonight because you could win a $20 Die Hard Dice gift code that you can use on anything you want from their shop, including any of the dice bundles that we put together with them last year for our NPCs. Nope, for our PCs. Wow. I am on post-surgery meds, and so sometimes phrases are hard. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, if you use the code Death2Divinity at checkout at dieharddice.com, you'll get 10% off of your order. And if you talk about us in the little box with like more information, sometimes they'll send you some extra goodies. So that's exciting. We also want to give a shout out to One More Multiverse, which is the pixel art TTRPG platform we're using for our streams. They are live. They've officially launched. They're out in the world, no more open beta. So be sure to check them out for your own games. Thank you to Mackenzie Mullins, the incredible artist who did the full body arts, character arts that you see on our stream graphics. And then last but not least, this is our penultimate episode of season 3, which means we will be going on a season break after our next episode. So in that time, you should tune into our Patreon for some extra between season goodies. And during season, which includes right now, you can also hang out on Patreon for exclusive Thirsty Thursday Scheme Time streams with Katie May, which is where they do all of their plotting and scheming. And we all cower in fear because we're usually not invited. And if we are, there are things that we're not allowed to hear or see. It's very spooky. And then we also have cast gaming nights on the last Monday of each month, which our next one is coming up on this upcoming Monday. So that'll be super fun. And then if you're at a tier of $10 or more on the Patreon, I believe, you get to join the seasonal postcard club. And so you get some extra special goodies in the mail, which includes the spring recipe postcard that Katie May will hold up any second now from our incredible Gideon that's got some extra show sauce, which is very cool. Yeah, I think that's everything from my box today. I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your box, as always, Samantha. And it's, I believe, who received a little treat? Who got the little treat? Lyrica. Well, congrats on your little treat. You can add that D6 to any roll tonight. You might need it. Well, I am so excited to just really get back into the thick of it, besties. We had a lovely little off week where Lyric and I went and told some amazing stories off on Transplanter's channel, all about god killing, and boy, did it get me in the mood. Lyric actually got to kill gods. That was great. You did it. It was great. Yeah. So let's see. I'm excited to see if we can bring a bit of that energy to this Chili's tonight. But before we get back into telling our fair tale, as a reminder, as always, we're playing using Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which is a PBTA system that I am ever so fond of. I highly encourage going and checking it out. There will be some additional homebrewed behavior I forgot what to call it. My brain was like behavior. Call it behavior. There will be additional homebrewed behavior this evening in the form of some party-specific moves and the like. We're gonna share those. I think it's time for Patreon to have those soon. So if you're wanting to get a closer look at those, we're gonna be able to find them over there soon. I think this is it. This is your final opportunity to ask for clarifications, pray for your life, clear your name. You know, this is it. Last chance.
I love you, Sayback.
I love you. As always, a true delight to tell stories with my besties.
Love y'all.
Love you.
Love you.
Oh, all right. So, let's tell some tales. If you remember, fair heroes, last we left you at the On Palace. You are in the second course of the 7-course meal. This Flux tradition you have been invited to for the very first time, each and every one of you. Nyx is a course that is meant for the delight of drinks. Oftentimes at Nyx, Flux invites you. It's also a casual term. Would you like to join me for a Nyx? Right, join you for a gentle exchanging of drinks. It's a cultural cornerstone, if you will, and. What I think those of you who have spent more time around Flux would know that mingling is definitely expected at this time, though it's not often that you mingle with your enemies. That is usually saved for later courses. However, most of you do not know that, and you are always welcome to break the mold. So we are firmly in the course of drinks. Each of you has been handed your own drink with an accompanying bracelet. That bracelet had, at the beginning of our night last time, 6 charms on it. Some of them have 5 now, as some of you have already unfurled the sonnet and read its tale. Some of you have still yet to do so. This sonnet will, of course, tell you about who you are at this party. Anpara has told you that this party, that this great soiree will tell the tale of why Anpara brought the wilds to Ackerman. Pretty bold claim. And we'll see if you all deem that massive sacrifice mortal kind had to make worth it. You are all, of course, braceleted, drinked, masked. And this course has begun. This bracelet has lit up and separated all of you to your corresponding parts of the palace, which he is hosting in this evening. That is, of course, Anpara, the god of the sun, of temptation and seduction and betrayal. And you all have gone to them accordingly. Of course, green on your bracelet does lead you to the solarium, where Current finds themselves now. The pink bracelet, pink on your bracelet does indicate that you should go to the balcony, which Kaylin currently is residing. The dance floor makes your bracelet glow a brilliant purple, Winona, which is where you find yourself now. And the dining tables are a lovely blue color. So as you see those changing tonight, know that that is an indicator of where your story is. It is not necessarily demanding that you follow it, but of course Anpara is looking and seeing who is participating in his little delight that he has so painstakingly orchestrated for all of you. But it is no mandate, of course. Anpara would never make rules, just suggestions. Remember, the only one rule: no bloodshed, no violence. And that is the only one you need to follow tonight. Well, this morning. It's 10 a.m. The sun is brilliantly bursting through the front cathedral window of this palace that is built like a sunburst. And the course has truly just begun. Now, just to remind you all, Kaylin, you have this beautiful, delicate crystal glass with a large ice sphere in the middle that has an eye in it. Of course, you remember that lovely little fact. Brian, you have this adorable little teacup with a gold-laden sunburst design. It is filled with this beautiful pastel pink tea and rose petals. Winona, you have an enchanting beverage that is this deep, rich blue color, sparkling with flecks of gold, reminiscent of a starry night sky. It's served in this very tall, elegant glass, and it's garnished with a single glowing ice cube that seems to radiate a near otherworldly energy. Current, you have a 2-layered cup. The first layer is a thorn-laden koozie, and I do recall you decided to drink this drink sheerly just by embracing those thorns, blood dripping down your wrist. That was great. That was hot. Loved that. So you definitely. And I remember the eye contact with Fang. Who could forget? And Gideon,
I did add some of the absinthe that I was given.
You did do that. You did do that. And what warning were you given when you did that?
Was I given a warning?
We'll find out. So then a copper drink in a copper glass. Gideon, that's you. There are scribbled runes on the outside of this glass. It's like a Moscow Mule cup almost, you know? And the drink smells simultaneously woodsy and electric, and occasionally there is a lightning flash of green in the glass. So 5 drinks that you all are handling right now. And of course, each of you are wearing a beautiful mask on your face. Do you want to go around and remind everyone what mask you're wearing and if you have any current theories about it?
Oh, I broke my mic mute again. I'm so sorry, besties. She's being extra persnickety tonight. My mask is a firefly. The character that I'm playing is Firefye, Firefye. I've befriended a handful of fireflies as a result of this. And Brian's working theory is that she is playing Anpara's role in whatever drama is about to unfold.
Kaylin has a dragon mask.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
No thoughts, head empty. He has no.
Perfect. Great. Happy to have you.
Winona has a phoenix mask, and her name is Finextra. And I mean, phoenixes reborn themselves. That was a sentence. You know, rebirth. Something's going down. Somebody died, and now she's coming back to life, I'm going to assume.
I'm the Brittle Bat. It's a little bat mask. I have no fucking clue who this is. It's probably some poor motherfucker who got murdered. That's my frank assumption. That's something not good.
How dare you know me? And what about Current?
Current has a shark mask. And I'm not sure who exactly I'm playing yet. I just have this really bad feeling that it's sad. I don't know.
Fair assumption, probably.
It could be a happy story. A story that happily led Anpara to deciding to decimate the entirety of Acrimon.
Yeah.
Speaking of decimation, remember we have worms this evening. We're starting with 3 tonight. You can always add your own by donating to the cause. I'm gonna be real aggressive with these, so I'm scared about running out of them because I've got like 17 thoughts. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun with these tonight. Every time that these are used, I can tempt my players with XP to do something that may be a bit unwieldy, let's call it. With that, I think it's time to jump back into our fair tale. Where I would like to pick up is with... Now, and I know I've said everyone in their own lovely situations, but Brian, you are across the table from Nakia right now, at the very head of this dining table section, just immediately front and center in the most you would think a king would sit here. And well, a king would probably also sit in the chair you were sitting in, which is also quite throne-like. And the table itself that sits in front of you is this beautiful cut of this tree with hundreds of rings. You are surrounded by a monstrous amount of history. And at the very end of this beautiful ballroom, there is a blue tree hanging above you, almost wispy in its sense. These beautiful leaves hanging down with little sparks of light hanging from each one of them. You can also see fireflies dancing amongst its leaves. And Nakia doesn't seem into any of it. She is sitting at the table across from you, hands folded, just right in front of her. And she is because of course wearing a mask, Nakia is, and this mask is delightful. It is a beautiful chameleon mask, which means that it's got this very angular but consistently shifting effect to it. And the only thing that you can see, despite this consistently magically shifting facial arrangement, is her absolutely glaring at you. Just the coldest stare. And it seems to be singularly for you. And this is it seems like she's getting in while the getting's good, because Ampara hasn't quite sat down with the three of you yet. You see he's standing at the head of the table where he is about to sit, but he is still standing and looking down towards the ballroom floor. If you glanced over, you would see what we saw last time, which is which is Gemma, different G name, which is Gemma and Trist being compelled to duel, and Gemma getting to choose the form of it, and Winona giving her a kiss for good luck. Ampara watches this ravenously. And then you see behind Nakia, there is the kitchen off to the side here, where you can see Duxon just kind of walking around without a mask. And you're not sure what's up with that at all. And of course, then there's the other
split
table.
up a little bit for me. Who's walking around without a mask?
Duxon.
Duxon. Okay, thank you.
Yes, of grief, shadow, and architecture, and the awakener of the Stargaze grimoire. Yes, and so then of course there are the other tables which are sat here. You see Gideon has been relegated to a table where Thievius, Chinthryx, Clove, and Discord are sitting, which is a good time. And then of course at the other table you see Valyria has been sat with Abyssa, who is in devoted conversation alongside Limericks, who definitely just seems to be absorbing what's happening in front of them. So this is what's happening in the dining section. There's also a little sprite playing the harp as stands right now. And this is where you have been placed. You seem to have a small, once the duel begins to start, Ampara is going to shift his attention back to this table, but you seem to have a small window if you'd like to do anything.
I think Nikki and I had a little bit of like a moment of what's the word I'm looking for? Bantering, but not bantering, bickering. When we sat down, which you noted last time was pretty bold right in front of a god, but like for Brian and Nakia, I think that's pretty normal.
Sure.
And I think when Brian sees how Nakia is sitting, I think she kind of takes the moment of Ampara looking off toward the duel to lean in and just say, we're both here against our will, and it's going to be a long night. what do you say we put a truce to it just for a little while?
Yeah, so I think that if you're going to give this an honest shot, you might need to entice. I think that this if you're making a genuine play for this, it's got to be a move. We gotta try to do this. You can also try to gain a string in some way, shape, or form. But I think starting with enticing, you are welcome to do.
I'm good with entice, so I'll roll plus heart. Oh, speaking of which, I actually leveled up after our last session, and so instead of taking a new move for my playbook, I chose to add one to one of my stats. And so I added one to my heart score, which means I get to add one to this roll, which is very exciting.
Very exciting. All right, first roll of the night. What are we looking at?
A whole 3. So that's a downbeat, huh?
Yes, it is. Well, please do remember to mark your experience. And I think Nakia just gives you the most scathing look. And you can actually tell that like Anpara has begun to like turn his attention back to this table. Well, Nakia says this. Nakia looks you dead in the eyes and she goes, "Yes, Brian, I'm so sorry to hear that you're not here of your own free will. Was I brought here by surprise? Well, sure, I was. But I also recognize that I'm sitting amongst gods right now and making decisions that will change all of Akramon. And that's not a position that I'm going to sit here and spit on all night like you seem content to do."
So sorry to offend.
Well, if you were so sorry about offending, you might have stopped at killing my friends. But it seems that you're not above much.
You any idea what happened that day or why that happened?
I don't care about what narrative you tell yourself to keep you comfortable. I really
Not a
don't.
narrative I'm telling myself. I overheard a lot of things that day, most of which would probably make you feel really shitty about how you're acting about that.
I think Nakia just looks at you and goes, "I'm not going to expect the truth from a liar, Brian, and I'm not going to sit here and listen to your lies anyways." And at that point, Anpara goes, "Good, because I would like to talk." He sits down between the two of you, and he kind of rubs his hands together, contends to look between the both of you before locking eyes with Nakia and goes, "Well," and gestures towards her drink. This drink that's in front of Nakia is sat, it also looks a bit like a tea saucer like yours, but this one doesn't have a handle on it. And it's the saucer that it's sitting on is much wider than yours, and it is consistently spinning. Nakia looks you, the glass, Anpara, before waving her wrist over it and taking a sip of it. And Nakia goes to take this sip, and you see her entire body shudder with the reckoning force of some magic that is racking through her body right now. When you watch her exhale, you see this small glimmer of gold. And while this is happening, Anpara just turns right to you and goes, "Now, little Fi, this is important. I learned much of the context that would come to define my understanding of the following events at this very interaction. I was resting," and looks at Nakia, "blood from a stone, similarly as you are right now when I was in your position. But we also had deep sets of kinship that could not keep us enemies entirely. And you see that Nakia is stopped reeling from whatever magic message she has been told and is clearly becoming more aware of the conversation that's happening around her. When Ampara turns to her and goes, "Kiss me, Alien. Now that you understand who you are and all the truths you have to give, it is up to you to decide if my paltry impersonator is worthy of any of them." And Ampara takes the glass of champagne that is next to him, downs it entirely, sets it down, and says, "If you will excuse me," and walks away from you.
I think Brian watches him walk away for a moment and then looks back at Nakia and says, "Friends or not, we at least have someone in common, which is Gideon. And for the sake of her and everybody else here that we love, it might be in our best interest to at the very least share the information that we're gleaning from this. Would you agree?"
Would you agree that it would perhaps be better for Gideon and the sake of everyone that you maybe fucked off and died somewhere?
I wouldn't disagree.
Well, I'm glad we can agree on something.
And I think Brian just kind of sighs and says, "You know, Nakia, I won't apologize for what I did because it was for your benefit as well as Winona's. And I know that you don't believe me and I know that you don't want to hear about it. But if someday you decide that you do, I'm happy to talk about it." And she's going to get up and go to one of the many fangs. I think there are 8 or 9 of them. Too many fangs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And she is going to look at the bitters menu.
Yes. So you go ahead and take a look at the bitters menu, hoping that maybe something here will give you a helping hand in figuring out how to get Nakia to talk to you here. There are several genres of bitters, the wildwood bitters, the Mornarinth nectar bitters, and the rhapsody bitters, and the bonded bitters. The bonded bitters are shared bitters, so you can try to convince Nakia to share those with you.
Okay. So I think she points out the bonded bitters to Nakia, and she says, "You're not you and I'm not me, technically, for the duration of this event. And in order for us to find out how our two characters are related, which ostensibly they are since we're starting the whole thing together, we would have to partake in some of these. Are there any that stand out to you?"
Yeah, so you can pick between the 4 of the bitter types, and then we'll ask those questions. Just to talk about gameplay specifically. I think in the moment after you ask Nakia this, Nakia kind of bristles and goes, "I already know who I am. But I guess it wouldn't hurt learning more about them while I have the opportunity to. You can pick."
Great. Let's go for herd.
Oh yeah, so there's you can just choose bonded bitters. This is so, and
Okay.
then you would both
choose the
picking those.
bonded bitters.
And you're
Yes.
Yes, you get me. You get me. So yeah, you tell Fang this, and Fang looks at you too and says, "That's a great choice. He always prefers it when people play along." and just very, very gracefully reaches over and drops these 2 heart-shaped crystals into each one of your drinks. So you are sharing these bitters at the same time as Nakia, which means that you may both ask one question about the other person from the list below. So you're going to get to ask one question about the person that Nakia is, and I will then also ask one question about the person that you are.
I get it now. Okay, I understand. Okay. So Brian tilts her glass toward Nakia, and it's a teacup, right? Tilts her teacup toward Nakia, says, "Well, bottoms up," and then like takes a sip, which I think she's very tentative about, and then takes probably the next several seconds to like check her 5 senses and make sure that she hasn't been like significantly altered or hindered in any way. And when nothing becomes apparent to her,
there's a slight change when you have these bonded bitters. You immediately begin to feel like there is this like strand between yours and Nakia's chest. There's this immediate evident connection. And it's very strange to you because it is very strongly magical. And the most magic that you are used to is when the Colossals attacked you and you dealt with that residual magic in your system. This feels very similar to that, but it is not so much a threat, but I don't know if your body perceives it that way. But there is this immediate like tugging, and there seems to be this overcoming aura of recognition around the other person. Which question you asking?
Okay, yeah. So I think Brian kind of like straightens her spine a little bit and seems even more hyper focused than she was before, just like very, very vigilant. And she looks at Nakia and she says, "What is your heart more bound to, Akraman or the gods?"
Yeah, so you ask this initial question. And just to clarify, these are questions that are much like the rest of the questions in the playbooks. They don't necessarily have to be asked out loud. They can be asked in a way that just indicates it. But out loud is also very possible. So you
I think for the sake of this, like Brian's
this one is asked straightforward
questions. Yeah.
I think Nakia just kind of shakes her head and goes, "Is neither an option?" And between this connection in between the two of you, you feel almost this resentment.
Brian snorts a little bit. Like Brian herself, not the character that she's playing. Can I ask a follow-up question or no?
So the rest of that that is going to be the most that the magic gives you, the innate magical connection. If you wanted to attempt to get more information from Nakia, because Ampara did tell you that Nakia was informed as to who she is, that's going to have to be with good old Brian magic. Which might be worth a figure a person out or something of the like.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask, is if I could do like a figure out a person for the sake of trying to figure out like where that resentment is kind of coming from.
Yeah. So I think that to clarify, all of the moves that are part of the bitters are going to be more about the specific person that they're playing. Any moves that you're using is going to have to be about the person behind the mask. Less so, you'd be trying less to get information, but more trying to figure out how you can get Nakia to give you information.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to get at anyway. Also, I realized that on the entice that I did earlier, I should have had him in -2 because I have the insecure condition. It didn't matter because I rolled a 3 anyway, but just for us to know. And so to figure out a person, I also have a -2 because I have the angry condition. So I'm gonna do that.
All right, second roll of the night. Very excited. A 10.
But -2, so it's an 8.
So an 8. Okay. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all.
That's
you may ask
good.
2 questions.
Phenomenal.
But Nikia is going to get to ask one of you.
Okay. So I think Brian like takes another sip of her drink and kind of looks around the party and then looks back at Nikia and says, so are you actually excited to be here with the gods, even though you were kind of dragged here against your will, or are you just putting on a show for the sake of it?
And this is specifically, what are your feelings towards? I get you. Nikia bristles for a moment. And puts great consideration into the answer that comes next. If I am to be their successor, I should understand them as deeply as I can. I know you're not familiar with it. I have these things called responsibilities now. I'm trying to live up to them.
Why are you so convinced that I'm working against you at every turn?
What question is that?
I'm hoping it to be how would you feel if I, like, surprise, wasn't actively working against you?
Sure. And so your question was, ask it again.
I think, sorry, I might have to change the phrasing just slightly, but why are you so convinced that I'm working against you all the time?
Why wouldn't I let your track record speak for you?
One assassination of someone who was actively using you and who also wanted to hurt someone I loved.
And you're not using Gideon?
What would I be using Gideon for? Genuine question.
Gideon's about to become a god. I don't know if you recognize that, realized that, or truly caught up on what's happening.
I didn't know that when I fell in love with Gideon. Didn't know that when I followed Gideon down here.
She gives you the most disgusted look. So it really must hurt you then, that she's never loved you back.
I stopped expecting the people I loved to love me back a long time ago.
Glad you're used to it.
Are you?
That gets her. I think that definitely gets her.
Is that what this is? You're mad because I've learned to adapt and cope with something that you're still trying to accept?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do. Because whether you like it or not, Nakia, when I look at you, I see a lot of me. And it's not just the parts that Ysera honed in you.
You know, when I was 6, you were the first person that I ever vowed to kill. Because all I knew was that Ysera was the only person who was truly nice to me. And I hated the person who made her so sad all the time.
So why haven't you?
Because I can't do it without all the people that I love hating me afterwards. And so I'm just lying in wait for you to show them who you are. And when it is fine, and when their apathy for your condition finally comes to fruit, I will drive a blade through you.
You could do that. Ultimately, you could help me tackle my own kill list of the people who are actually actively hurting Ysera and Gideon and Current and Winona and all of the people that you have come to care about. I don't begrudge you. Your 6-year-old dreams have taken me down. And if that's how it comes to play out, then that's how it comes to play out. But if you love those people and you want the best for them, at least help me take out the rest of those other people first.
What do you want from me, Brian? And that is me asking you, what do you hope to get from me?
I want you to use your affection for and connections with people to make a difference in your family's lives. A real difference, not a vengeful one, but one that will actively alter the course of their world for the better.
It's already happening.
Care to
We'll
share?
be gods by the end of the year.
And then what?
A whole new future for Acrimon, don't you think?
I'd like to hope. But you becoming gods doesn't mean that the current gods go away. And the current gods, I wouldn't say that they are interested in a hopeful future for Acrimon.
I think every person in this room, mortal or god, no allegiances but to their own endeavors. No one is special in that right. I'm no different. You're no different. You say you want me to make a better future for my family. That's all I've ever focused on doing.
So how have you gotten there? Or even started getting there? Because from where I'm standing, you're getting into fights with your mom after giving your sister a heart attack because you all but ran away. I don't see how that's helpful for anybody.
I wonder why I left, Brian. Oh, sorry, right, you slaughtered someone I cared about.
They were using you.
That's not for you to decide.
I didn't decide it. I overheard them talking about it. It came from their mouth. Sometimes the people you trust don't take care with that trust, Nakia. Sometimes the people you trust take that and trod on it. I know, I've done it to people that I love. And it's been done to me a million times over. When I killed Emeloth, Emeloth had every intention of screwing you over in the best possible way for them. They didn't care about you. Not even a lick. You weren't even a consideration beyond the use that you provided to them. Does that negate the fact that you had strong feelings for them? No. Does it negate the fact that it hurt when they died? No. And you probably don't believe me, and that's fine. I know that you don't trust me. I understand it. But I'm standing here at a God's palace holding what could very well be truth juice for all I know. Telling you that the person I killed didn't care about you. And despite what you think, I'm not a vindictive person. And I don't say things just to hurt people. And I'm sorry that that's the way that it was.
I find you primarily detestable. I
What
don't
are you
understand.
expecting from me when you say that?
I don't care what you give me in return. I'm telling you, I find you primarily detestable. That I think anyone aligning with you in the realm of politics is pouring poison into a drink. And even though you attempted to kill Emeloth on that day, you failed. The thing you really killed was any recognition of my mortal self. You tell me that Emeloth had no cares for me truly. That's wholly different now. They are an idolent and I am a god. They are a follower and I am what they pray to. You tell me that the thing you'd really like to see is me fixing my family. Like that's not been every moment of my efforts since I had the pleasure of leaving your dreary face behind. What do you actually want from me? You could at least do me the service of being straightforward.
I am. You're in a position of a considerable influence over people that I care about. And you're in a position to shape the futures of those people. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you dislike me. But if you love Ystira and Gideon and Current and Winona the way that you say that you do, there are better ways to help them than being bitter towards me and flip-flopping on whether or not you actually care about your mom.
You think I'm doing this as part of my job? This is the fun part. This is a leisurely punching bag that I'm taking out in between shifts. Why do you think I'm treating this conversation with even a shred of importance besides the ground we're standing on?
Brian lifts her left hand up and just kind of like scrubs it over their face. And says, I've got no idea if I was this insufferable when I was a teenager. But for my sake and for yours, I'm done picking fights. And I'm also done trying to develop any kind of friendship with you. I extended the olive branch. I asked for a truce. You shot me down. That's fine. But I'm not going anywhere, Nakia. So if you want to use up whatever remaining energy you have left in the few off moments you have between your efforts to literally change Acramon, by all means, use those pellets of energy to hate me. Sounds exhausting. But I won't begrudge you whatever you got to do to sleep at night.
So, Brian, I've told you I find you inherently detestable. I've recognized the fact that you and I love many of the same people, as much as that is a fact that I look forward to perishing with the winds of time as you prove yourself to be none but yourself over and over again. In the meantime, I recognize that we are allies only under the sentence, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And then I ask you what I can do for you, and you give me an upstanding moral citizen monologue about treating my family better, like I'm reading the end of a nursery rhyme. What do you need? That's the last time I'll ask.
I already told you. It's not my fault that you weren't listening.
I
told you that I have a very clear list of things I need to take care of upon leaving the grounds where blood cannot be shed.
How do we start here?
Use your connections with people. Find out what information you can, weaknesses, possible locations, allies, anything that might help us in pursuit of saving the person who was, by your own admission, the only person who was truly nice to you. For God knows how long.
Fine.
Great.
Do you know who this mask is?
Yours or mine?
Yours is obvious.
It is. I have no idea who yours is. Would you like to share?
She lifts the cup off her saucer, and I will now message you a vital fact. And after a moment, she goes, she knows that Monarch is hiding something. And she's come here to find out what it is.
Do you see yourself as protector outside of this mask?
What do you mean?
If she's come to find out whatever it is, and Monarch is who you and I both know Monarch is, what role do you play in that, if any?
I will be a humble player in whatever story Anpara is trying to tell, because I have no interest in making enemies any more competent than you are.
That one was almost an insult. Well done, Nakia.
Any other questions about my persona?
Do you expect you'll live through the night?
Absolutely. And I think Nakia at that point grabs her drink and sits back in the chair. And at that point, I would like to take a moment to take a look at the scene that is happening on the ballroom floor. Oh, Winona, thankfully, you gracefully did give Gemma a beautiful good luck kiss before she headed into this duel. Gemma and Trist facing each other in the square of this this ballroom, standing on the center of this beautiful dais. Swords in their hands, their drinks in the other. They're both golden goblets, except for Gemma's is a bit different. Gemma's golden goblet is lined with blackened spikes protruding from it. And you see with swords in one hand and drinks in the other, Trist and Gemma lock arms and drink out of their respective cups. And just as they finish drinking, Anpara reaches the top of the stairs and says, "Well, let us see an idolent engagement. Connect. What is the word connect? No. Commence. Thank you. Correct word." Waves his hand, and where they are standing on the floor begins to glow this gold color. Trist hands her drink off to Fang, who collects it on a tray, and Gemma literally throws her cup behind her, wipes her mouth. It has a little bit of blood on it, holds her sword up, and they just come to blows in the spark of a moment. This sound of swords hitting each other, much more intelligible than the flurry of blows that you see actually happening in front of you. They are both moving incredibly quickly. Trist, you see every time that her blade connects, these petals fall from it. And they are just fighting for their lives. Even though at a ball, this would be no more than a friendly duel. As the fight commences, Mel nods to Fang, and Fang comes over and she selects a type of bitter to put in her drink. You see that it is specifically a Mornarinth nectar that they choose that she chooses to have put in her drink before kind of like waving Fang away. And then you watch her with just enthralled eyes turn back to the fight and just to drink it in. You've seen she's very fond of watching hot people fight at fight nights. You know this very well about her because that's how you met her.
Yeah.
So there's almost this familiarity to it as well. As this fight picks up, what's Winona thinking about?
I guess Winona's also curious if she should probably try one of these bitters also and get like the same probably effect that sorry, Waffles is
Waffles is here to sword fight.
Sorry, yeah, she wants to box. But I just like space out. Ma'am.
Yeah, so you can do the bitters, or you can let the cat do a monologue, or you can also put the bead in your drink and read the initial sonnet written for you as well.
No, I will put a bead in my drink and enjoy. Like, take a sip.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go ahead and read that fun little message in your secret channel as so yeah, let me tell you how this happens. You go and put you wave your leader like nod. You don't even have to look at it as it's happening. As the fight is still happening above you. You've realized at a certain point that Trix is like not standing on the ground anymore, but entirely floating in midair as this fight continues, which is clearly like making it pretty hard for Gemma to keep up, but she's very much still doing so. As you wave this drink over your glass, let me pull up. Oh, sweet Winona. So as you pull it up, this wave it right over. As the bead shatters, this very fine shimmer lands at the top of your glass, which then freezes over the top.
Ooh.
As the rest of your drink chills very suddenly in your hand, you realize that the frost on the outside of this very tall glass has left almost like fog on a mirror in horror movies. The frost has left the space where words take place.
Ooh.
For you to read. So please go ahead and read us the sonnet that has been written for you.
Okay. Fight fair the sun, I welcome witness to a fight. Most unfair the victim attends. So you, who fights fair, discover what's true, and answer this. Are you safe with your friends? With my rays, your feather found God, here to unite with two others you love. All three lovers, I do find myself odd, for they are here, or vision thereof. Lineage, immortality, all find, place in this heartbreaking lover's lost tale. If you can stop the past repeating in kinds, you will thrive where the other omen do fail. Watch a wretched god with their blood-soaked hands, and see if this injustice you can stand. Damn.
Yeah. And after you finish reading it, the ice that is frozen over the top of your drink cracks and separates before falling to the bottom of the drink, making it drinkable once again.
Oh. Okay. That takes it.
It's beautiful. It's the best drink you've ever tasted. It is the taste of a warm night spent with friends and blackberries, and the moment of excitement of seeing a shooting star fly by above you.
Ooh. Okay. I like rereading my
Oh no, please. Yeah, while you do that, this fight continues to pick up. As it's happening, the more acute attention would realize that as this fervor of this fight picks up with more intensity, and you can almost see the delight. There's this very large amount of seriousness to both of them, but there is also just this complete delight in both of their eyes as they are both giving their all in a fight. But you notice that as their breathing gets heavier, as they get farther and farther into this fight, they are both becoming winded. And in every exhale, they are starting now to breathe out gold.
Oh.
This light shimmer. This gold comes down and lands on each of their blades, coating it fully. And just as it seems that Trist is using otherworldly flux magic to wrest dominance in this fight, you see a new verve pick up in Gemma. She starts meeting every blow effortlessly. The gold pouring from her mouth gets thicker. In the midst of all of this, Mel, who has also taken a sip, goes to say something to you. And right in that moment where she was about to speak, you watched Gemma drive a blade through Trist's chest.
This is a joke, right?
Yeah, Mel also, like, her hand kind of reaches out to grasp your forearm, the most vulnerability that you'd see, and as this blade is driven through Trist's chest, it lasts for 1, 2, 3 moments before the gold that has landed on the blades begins to transfer to a beautiful beam of sunny light. And as that's happening, Fang, after giving your bitters, giving bitters to Mel, steps forward with a new drink, one that sits inside a skull, and hands it.
Skull?
It does look like a real skull, and hands it to Trist, who is clearly in pain, and says, "A death's drink for you." And Trist says, "Of course." She rolls her eyes slightly, as if she's been the one murdered first in one of Anpara's murder mystery parties before. She reaches over and grabs the skull, and in one downs it, a small trail of gold running down her neck. And the bright beam of light erupting from Trist's chest gets brighter and brighter until the skull falls and shatters into glimmering gold dust. And as that dust bursts up, when it settles, Trist is no longer there. And Fang, in his own kind of theatrical moment, whips around to face you, Mel, Ystira, and Corvin, and says, "The living cannot see the dead." Turns back.
Okay, so then where did Trist go?
Fang just gives the most non-committal, just like shrug, and then it does this. Like, no, like it's a secret. Before walking over to give Valpione a drink. At this point, Ampara, who was watching this with enraptured eyes on the stairs, now steps down onto the dance floor, looks at Gemma, and goes, "You have played your part beautifully. Thank you." And he says, "Thank you," which is obviously a big alarm moment for anyone who has been working very hard not to say that. And he reaches down and he kind of like brushes her cheek lovingly, and he leaves behind these golden freckles before turning and walking across the dance floor. And for a moment of fear, you are like, "Oh my God, Ampara's walking to me. Why don't I? Oh God!" And so you're like trying to get yourself ready for this. And as he gets closer, he looks like he's just about to stop at you. And then he just keeps walking just a little bit more to stop in front of Corbin and goes, "Might I have a dance?" Corbin goes, of certainly. And accepts Ampara's hand. And in a godly instant, the music of this place kicks up and the lights become at the same point brighter and more intimate. They glow more, and the dancing kicks off. Ystira walks over to Gemma and says, "A winner's dance?" Gemma says, "All right then." And suddenly there are two pairs dancing on the floor. And you and Mel are just kind of standing in the middle of it like,
Would you like to dance with me? Yes.
I mean, I don't see a time in the future where we're going to be wearing clothes that cost more money than we've ever earned and
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
a dance floor. Let's take advantage of it.
let's do it.
And she holds out her hand for you to take.
And I take it.
And she begins leading you beautifully in this stunning waltz. And there is this very attentive guidance. She is so, you can feel it. She is so dedicated to making you look beautiful as you two guide across the floor. It is done in gentle hip touches and guides. And you begin to see the music as she's listening to it. And there is beauty in that.
Where'd you learn how to dance like that?
Do you ask her?
Yeah.
She pauses for a moment and she goes, "I did a lot of spying at Arcanic events."
Spying, yeah. This wasn't you. This feels practiced. You're doing very good.
If I ever got the chance to dance with you, I wasn't going to make a fool of you.
Oh. That's
What did your drink tell you?
My drink told me asked me if I'm safe with my friends. That I'm watching, that I think we just watched an unfair fight. And that if I have 3 lovers, 2 lovers, I'm still piecing it together. And would I be able to like read it back to her or no?
You'd have to try and recall it from memory. It has since faded from your glass, but you
Okay.
can do it to the best of your ability to her. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll try to do that. Yeah, I said something like I'm assuming what we just watched was this fight that a victim's attending, which I'm assuming is one of us that was watching. Maybe it did. Like the thing that stuck out to me was like it did say, "Am I safe with my friends?" I mean, I trust my friends, but that makes me nervous. I mean, it does speak to like the Phoenix thing was like I think it said a feather found God, and then there were like two others that I love uniting them. I don't know what that means, but they're here, and something about if I can stop the password from beating itself, I'll be a successful omen soul. Where I guess others probably haven't done something right, and I guess it's my turn to make things right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What did yours? Well, you put something in your drink too, right?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I learned that this fight that we just saw, it was a fair fight.
Why'd mine tell me it was unfair?
I don't know. Did yours tell you any information about what fight you were witnessing? Mine did. This was a fight between two idolants of monarchs, but one that had already fallen, Gemma. She's the recreant.
No, I mean, yeah, I just remember it saying something about uniting two others that I love.
That's the other thing I learned.
Oh?
We're in love.
Oh. I mean, it's not our characters.
Yes, our.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think at that single moment, and I'm so sorry I forgot to say this earlier, Nakia, Mel is now going to join Nakia in taking on the condition insecure.
Oh no, I didn't do that, did I? Oh fuck, did I do that? Did I do that? Did I do
that? Hard to tell.
No! Fuck shit. Okay.
Brian is insecure too. We're just a bunch of little insecure weirdos.
Perfect.
I don't want to make anybody insecure. I'm just being my awkward one known to self. Damn. Gross. Nope, not doing that.
And Mel goes, I think I was brought here to be the omen soul.
Like to be me or to kill me and then become me?
No, to show you what happened to a past iteration of yourself. I think I'm here to be made an example of.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that.
It's certainly purposeful.
I don't like that. No, because you see, the person that made me the omen soul was near lifeless. Like, I don't want to watch that happen to you. I don't need. I saw it with my own eyes. I don't need to see that again.
I don't even know how many Omen Souls there were. I don't know if those are going to, if I'm that very Omen Soul at all. And it'll be okay when we'll learn something. And that's worth it.
As long as you're okay at the ending of it.
Yeah, I'll just go to wherever Triss did and I'll ask her who does her nails. It'll be fine.
I want to laugh, but that's not funny. So you're gonna come back alive. Your nails be looking nice.
Of course, Ampara promised no violence.
Okay. I feel like I should do something. Hold, please.
Please. I will absolutely hold. You actually, as this is happening, Mel is looking around the dance floor and quietly regards. I don't see where Ampara and Corvin went.
Maybe they're getting their nails done with Trist.
I hope they're getting their nails done with Trist.
Can I figure out a person? Because I'm feeling really. I'm starting to feel
Please.
insecure. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh God. Oh man. All right. I know how to roll.
It's always hard to remember the first time of the night. You're like, dice, they exist.
2d6. 7.
A 7 for figure out a person isn't bad at all. Let's take a look. So that means that you're gonna get to ask 2 questions, but they get to ask one of you. And
Okay.
since you are dancing on the dance floor, you actually get the bonus of being able to. Oh man, this is so exciting. You can actually ask questions while figuring someone out that normally you can only use in combat. And so Winona's specific figure out a person ones are who do you love? And how could I help you deal with your problem? So you can ask those alongside any of the other questions on a figure out a person list.
Oh my God. Hold, please. I want to open this. Oh my God. Open. I want to see my playbook specific ones. Okay. Okay. So this is saucy. I don't know. Maybe it was too saucy.
Dude, that's sauce. Pin it
Okay.
up an episode.
I don't know. Okay.
Follow your heart.
So I think for my first question is going to be, well, based on just what we said earlier, I mean, do you love me? That's my way of asking, who do you love? It feels too direct. I don't like.
I'll give you a moment to rescind if you wish, but also if Winona just like got so nervous that she just asked straight out because she's dealing with so many unknowns and just needed to have one thing be tangible and real. Like that makes a world of sense to me.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So yeah, this question comes toppling out of your mouth and into the space in between 2 of you. And there's a long pause as this music swells. And she takes this moment to spin you. out and back close to her. And as she brings you close, she dips you slightly, locking eyes with you. The only thing you can see through the mask. And she says, Winona, it'll be my pleasure to play the part of your lover tonight. And she pulls you back up. And you continue into the dance.
I'm gonna declare smitten.
Oh! I love that for us. Very exciting. All right, so smitten. When you become smitten with someone, always your choice, say why and give them a string on you and answer the question in the Truths of Heart and Blade section of the book. So, smitten. One of my favorites.
I mean, I think the proof is right there in the pudding. That was so lovely, and Winona has never been romanced like that before, and so it's just like yeah.
Because remind me, the way that it left with you two was very much like she was trying to make it clear that that was something you would like to do, and you were giving I don't even want you to attempt it. Like, I don't even want us to look at what happens if we walk down that road, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that makes a lot of sense because a lot of things could go wrong should that go wrong. And that's why your question is, how could dating them negatively affect your family?
Gosh. See, it's because I guess maybe it would be too close, I think, because like Mel, Carlo, and what's her name?
Karina. I'll always remember, don't you worry.
Karina are my family, and so like I thought of an example, and
I can't even think about which one it would be because right it's very much the trope of like
I can date in one of my friends, and then what if that goes not great? And I'm just gonna stop myself right there. So
I was thinking specifically about the movie trope of like, I'll date my friends, but if it goes wrong, there's so much to lose there, and that's the reason that we simply could never be.
Right? Yeah.
Right? Very much. It's very much. And I was like, what is it? Glee? Like. I mean, I think that's because I was thinking about Leah Michelle because we had just brought up Karina.
Because
so
like, no, it's okay because it's like if I date Carlo's sister for real, and what if something happens and then do I also lose Carlo and then I'm stuck with Karina by myself? And so
yeah, that's a horrifying thought, right?
like just jokes aside, but then like that also just like ruins the rift of like I feel like trust and safety, especially when we think about like the weeds and keeping the weeds safe, and like we all play very like official roles in that, and like we could totally be like queen of the weeds, let's go. But then like what if one of us does some like fuck shit and it's like, I don't know.
Right, it jeopardizes your position of like community leader in the community, right? There's a lot of risk.
Yeah.
And of course, that question is never answered out loud.
Whoops.
But
sorry.
No. Like in character is what I mean.
Okay.
Like Winona doesn't have to be like, what happens if we love each other? Like that doesn't have to be what takes place next.
Unless you want to give the big speech.
But you're also welcome to.
No, not now.
But I think that as I almost said Karina, that would have been so fucking funny. As Mel kind of pulls you out of that dip and brings you like back into this waltz, there is a bit of like she's a little like scared of she kind of like put her heart out on the line, and it's.
Can I just kiss her? Can I just do it? Can I just do it? Can I just do it? Can I just do it?
Absolutely.
Would that be kissing in a dangerous situation?
I've literally just opened it to see where we were at with that. Because tasty. Oh my God, I'm so thrilled. My heart is racing. All right, finally, kiss in a dangerous situation. When people finally kiss after a period of tension, each takes +1 ongoing to get to safety and protect the other for the rest of the scene. And if more than 2 people finally kiss in these circumstances, they all get the bonus. So polyamory plus there. And each participant must be enthusiastic about kissing to trigger the move. Yeah. And, oh man, you want to know something, Kita?
Yeah.
My favorite cinema kiss of all time is the one in Portrait of a Lady on Fire, when they're both wearing the masks and they have to like remove them first. And like, if you listen to the director talk about it, it's all about like the explicit consent of that, and like how it's all about that, like, and so we get that here too, right? Like you're both having to like quietly like move your masks like just out of the way in this like very beautiful moment. It's, you actually don't have to worry about doing that because I think yours is a half mask, but hers has like some full facial. It's like a half full face. So tell me how so Winona just leans in.
Yeah, I think like as like, you know, Mel picks her back up, she kind of just keeps that momentum and like holds on to like her like pulls her closer and just goes for it.
Yeah, her hands move so fast. One of them is like still supporting you after pulling you out of that move, but there is this like unspoken chemistry of like inherently understanding like the next moments of this person's body, and the mask is not in the way. By the time you kiss her, which you don't honestly know how that happens, and there is this beautiful warmth to it. And this palace is full of sun and heat and temptation and lust, but there is true warmth to this. Just a caring gentility. You feel how sacred she's holding this moment in her lips. Oh. And it is just a couple beats of song before you blink and you're moving across the dance floor again, and her mask is back on to evade the attention of any onlookers who you realize at this point to be Valnorax.
Bitch. All right.
Bitch indeed. And as you two continue dancing, I think we are going to now head to that other tasty little dining room table. Oh, Gideon. Fair Gideon.
What?
What?
This
Indeed.
fucking sucks.
Yeah. People are smooching. I'm fighting. And you are at like the Sunday detention of tables, truly. And And yeah, so on to your right on one side is Discord, and to your left is Thievius Killthorn. Of course, after that is Chinthrix and Clove, and you. And that's everyone making up this lovely table. All of you have already been brought your drinks. And as you were sitting down, you already realized that Discord and Clove were putting their beads over it and receiving whatever message they were intended to. Thievius sits just a second after you and picks up on the fact that they're doing that and goes to begin doing that with his own cup as well. And Chinthrix is definitely like latest on the, he is kind of looking around blankly, sizing everyone up, and then like startles a bit as he realizes that everyone's doing the thing, and he starts like hairily doing it as well. Where do you fit in that order?
I tried to smoothly do it before Thievius to make him feel left out.
Perfect.
Exactly. I do it with my clown stepdad in unison.
Oh man. Yeah, he kind of nods at you approvingly, like, you got the right idea before doing it himself.
This is my new best friend.
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You're holding this copper cup, and your wrist goes over it, and the bead falls down. And as the well, here's the thing: is like everyone else's beads are falling down into their cup. And Gideon, you do not so much get this experience. When you wave yours over your glass, it cracks, but it stays on. And with this bead cracking, Gideon, you see and feel this electric green shock race up your arm, vibrate through your heart, down the other, and into the glass in your other hand. And as this sort of electric current finally moves into the glass you're still holding, you see a series of runes light up, and suddenly you can read them. You want to go ahead and read your sonnet?
I'd love to. Gentle Osman with godhood stained gold, this son I bring you a tale of falsehoods. If you can find the truth, though it's quite bold, be changed Kurthus, Ackerman forever could. Or is that supposed to be cold? I don't know. Could. I'll never know. Right now, since I do love benevolence, your identity I share. You are a glass. A scientist who meets malevolence. But glass did die so you could live, alas. But at the start of Glass's short story, Convocation listens to their findings of Osirite and runic potential glory. If Glass wins the favor of queens and kings, finding from Glass welcomes in a new age. Findings from Glass welcomes in a new age, though you'll find their death never made the stage. Insulting. I drink the cup. I drink my
Yes, quite. So yeah, you see everyone do the same and seem to be kind of enraptured by their own story for a moment. Man, Thievius Hasriel, guy who's really excited to talk first face. You have probably a few moments to get ahead of that if you'd like to, but you're also welcome to let Thievius kind of set this tone for the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him have his moment.
Perfect.
See how this plays out.
Yeah, so he like literally is like, okay. And then just as he says that, Fang comes forward and sets something down at the center of this piece of wood. And it is this golden saucer with a stone that is heart-shaped sitting atop it. This green stone ruminates utmost magic, and you recognize it immediately to be Osirite. And as it is set down at the center of the table, it starts spinning. And Finn goes, enjoy. At the same moment, Thievius kind of nods to him. And Thievius turns back to everyone at the table and says, I myself have always been fond of mysteries, and I would love to discern this one, as His Holiness is often reticent to share such intimate details of his past. So, I will share my findings first. I know, of course, as you all know, I am a Porky Prince, one of the leaders of Tundra, and I am here specifically to support. He says like your name and then immediately tries to get it Brittlebat. At this assembly, in your petition for Morosserite. I guess that means that Brittlebat would be petitioning, and Thievius kind of like vaguely holds his hand out, hoping that someone will admit to it, right? And there is this really lengthy pause. And Clove eventually speaks up and says, you would obviously be petitioning Chimera Queen as the only one who could grant such petition. And at that point, Discord just kind of shrugs non-committally, like this whole thing is a little bit boring.
Sorry, should we usher in some orphan children for you to bully to gain your interest to play this game with us, or will I do for the night?
Resenting the fact you're no longer an orphan?
I think I missed the attention it got me, Gideon says right before drinking a little bit more.
Yeah, you see, it's haunting because the Chimera Queen's mask is also a 3/4 mask. You just see the half of a smile as Discord is genuinely pleased by this answer, and says, I don't need a story that I was there for retold to me through the eyes of a perpetual protagonist such as the Sun God.
Well, you could tell it to us from your point of view, then.
I was not at this humble meeting, but I do know this. Riddlebat's petition was denied outright by the Queen, quite sternly. There was many words of a crying bat fleeing from convocation halls, and that denial, such an atrocity for the mortal condition, which is why what happened next was quite the gift.
And what happened next?
Oh, I won't spoil his story. Angry gods aren't fun at all.
Oh, sure. I know firsthand. Well, I've been up against worse odds. I don't know if I'm supposed to try and get it from you here in this meeting, but I don't know if it's possible to change history.
Yeah, and I think Discord smiles again and goes, Well, I think this stone is meant to go to someone. And I think it is me who will decide. And while this stone is a prop for this story, you could do quite a bit with this much also, right? You just need to know how to use it.
Well, luckily for me, I had some good teachers growing up. As Gideon looks back at her steadily, and then turns to look at Chintrix and goes, "Who are you supposed to be?"
Chintrix goes, "But I don't know yet."
Are you lying?
No. I just don't understand. I read a pretty complex text I just absorbed, and I'm still ruminating on it.
And why are you here? I know why I'm here. And getting like gestures to the whole building. And I'm gonna do the move "Don't you know who I am?" which is a new move I got.
Let's fucking go.
When you meet someone who knows you by reputation, you roll plus heart. So let's see. Discord, go away. I'm trying to roll. An 8. So I get to tell him something he knows about me by my reputation. 7 to 9, I say 1 and you say 1. So I say something I know he knows about me, and then you say something you know about me.
Okay.
Gideon leans forward and goes, "I've already gotten rid of one guild leader in Terrapine. You're next on the list, so what is it you're doing here? The other one's in the dungeons of this building."
And he leans forward and he goes, "Yeah, and you spared the other one, right? So all the guild masters are really living and dying by your hands." And he will tell you that he knows that you are behind the delivery of potentially life-saving goods to Meter. Which is probably concerning to hear.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says, "You want to know why I'm here?"
Yeah, I just asked you.
"I have dreams, just like you."
That's beautiful. Are they about raising an undead army in a city of innocence? That's a shit dream.
Is that all? You think I'd set my sights so low? I actually was told by Anpara himself I am the only mortal at this dinner, you included. You don't count yet. That knows of the real secret we're discussing tonight. Your mother still hasn't discovered it. Sweet little Gemma still hasn't discovered it. From the sounds of it, your pal Current doesn't even know it yet, which is surprising. Which means I'm coming into this with the upper hand, kid.
I guess we really are a table full of clowns then. Gideon leans back a bit. Not sure what to say at the secret. Like, sort of trying to figure out how to get it out of him, but not quite knowing how yet.
Yeah, that does seem to be Yeah, because Gideon also like that's a challenge that Gideon could never pass up, right? You know.
Yeah.
And Thievius kind of nods and turns to Chintrix and says, "Sounds like you're just trying to revel in that while you still can. A secret that's about to be spilled is hardly worth anything at all. Don't you think, Gideon?"
Yeah, not much leverage at all. So you should make friends while you can.
And then Chintrix looks across the table at Discord and then goes, "I've got friends."
Oh, how'd you two meet then? I think like Gideon's like not at all like just so over it. Like looks over to Discord.
Discord looks at you and says, "I didn't know him until Nakata started working with him."
Hmm. What's up with that whole deal? You and her. Do you know where she is?
It's my duty as one of the Hierophants of Kurthus to know all about the safety and sanctity of the Royal Osterov family. Don't you think?
Well, 2 of the young monarchs are dead, so you've done a pretty shit job at that, huh?
You're right. Do you think I should finish the job or reclaim what's still there? I'd love to hear your opinion on the matter.
If you try to do anything to Prince Kalen, there are no party rules that will stop me from hurting you. I promise you that.
And Discord fully grins again and takes a slow moment to finish her drink and says, "Well, if that is what has earned your devotion, you should have something for it, as I think you'll find little else reward." And she slides to you the heart of Osirite.
I think Gideon takes it. Well, and kind of shakes her head and goes, "Loving them's reward enough. Misha, Zara, even, didn't deserve what happened to her.
Do you
She was
know
a
that?
nice girl."
Do you know that?
I can't think of anything Zara could have done that would have warranted her end.
Yes. And I could say the same thing of Misha Asirov.
For once, we're in agreement. How's Clove looking?
Clove is actually pretty hard to tell. Clove is usually stony faced to begin with, but this leopard mask that she's wearing has these beads hanging on down from it that nearly occludes the entirety of her face. You notice that her posture stiffened slightly with as you got further and further into your subject matter. But she seems to be trying to hold the line, as it were. So, Gideon, Discord begins. You know that the royal family denied your petition for more stone to continue in your research. You know that you were a brilliant scientist. Do you grace me with knowledge now?
Sure.
What have you learned while you were away from the floating city in the sky?
Quite a bit. I feel like you already know everything, but your true nature, the danger the people there are in because of you. Quite a bit about this big, scary world. I've learned how to kill, how to get stronger, how to want more, and how to take it. Maybe I take after you like that.
Yes, I think those are all good lessons to learn. Your mother. Will you forgive her?
Does it matter?
Oh. When this story will be told, it's one of the few things that will.
I learned you're a mother, apparently. You
At that point, Discord like frowns deeply. I should not phrase it this way.
A parent?
As an apple that falls from the tree, a child.
Oof. Your apple has his work cut out for him. I thought I had mommy issues.
Do you know what he is?
No.
Oh, come, little fan of Apotheon Tales. You should know this one backwards and forwards.
Well, if you're a flower, then he's a petal.
Oh, close, fair scholar. I am a stem, and he is but the thorn, and the petals each make the arcanic deck.
So that makes him part of the deck somehow?
No.
Just part
He
of
was
you.
He was the first to wield it.
Interesting.
I didn't find him very good at it, which is why I turned him into a plant.
Have you ever loved anyone?
I think there's a bigger question to that. Has a god ever loved?
I think so. I've met gods better than you, and they seem to know love very well.
Well, perhaps that'll be the next lesson you learn.
I don't think someone should have this much power without knowing love.
You and I agree. It's been wretched from the start, hasn't it?
I look over at Phoebius.
Phoebius is sitting there like this. Literally, like, fully just like... Just looking like... He's almost acting like this is a part of the, like, play itself, right?
Oh my god,
Lighting in
useless.
it. Yep.
I think Gideon like doesn't want to give too much away, so she's trying to not get in too deep in this conversation and let herself like get mad. And so it's just very like surface level verbal sparring, but she's like scared to go in further with Discord.
Right. Yes. So I think that this cryptic conversation will continue. My question is there any particular thing that Gideon is trying to learn or wrest from this situation?
I think I would like to figure out what she wants. Like, what is her like end goal?
Sure.
If I can.
Yeah. I think you could.
I think let's figure out a person.
Yeah. Let me also look at this also might be parlaying with a toxic power.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. So I think I think I'd call it more so this one. But yes, I think let's call it a toxic power.
Okay.
And then you can get more specific with your question, which I think would be very helpful to you in maybe learning something about the situation that you're in.
So we roll plus spirit. Okay.
Ooh.
An 8. So it answers the question, and then you choose one from the list. So you either take something from me, knowledge, reputation, or something physical, I mark a condition, or you gain a string on me. I think Gideon's like question. The question behind the question is like, what is your goal? Like, what are you after? What has this all been for? Like, what has been driving you to do all of these horrible things this whole time? Because Gideon doesn't really like know what Discord is after, just that she's being a piece of shit and has been for forever. Which I think just comes out as like, what do you want from all of this whole time? Why?
She leans forward and goes, Gideon, I sent your mother to the wilds to die for one simple reason. She wanted more gods, and I wanted less. And I wonder which ideology you'll end up calling home.
I can think of one god I want dead.
And how does it feel to want?
Like it'll never stop.
That's a thing about godhood. Your dominion. It becomes your only hunger, your only thirst. That wanting opens up a hole in your chest that you will try and try but never fill. I wonder what yours will be. Maybe you're so doe-eyed it should be love.
I would never be ashamed of wanting that.
No. All it does is make hurting you so much easier.
disgusting. Gideon leans back and takes another sip.
Yep. I will offer you one worm to one experience to act out in this moment. I also think that I will be. Oh man. I think at this point, I am going to have you oh man, it's always so hard to decide whether or not I'm inflicting a condition or taking a string. Both are so tempting. Man, they're so and what are your conditions now?
I think it's angry and guilty.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh man, and 3 conditions is when it starts to get a little fun and dicey. Oh, and I'm really interested in maybe making you start to have to clear some of those. So I guess my question for you is when she leans forward and says, "That's the thing about loving, Gideon. All it does is paint these beautiful targets on people less powerful than you. And you watch them wilt one by one. And even though you'd never kill them, it is knowing you that ends them. And that is one of the easier fates to make come to fruition." Would this invoke more of a frightened, hopeless? No, sorry, you're angry and insecure, yeah?
Angry and guilty.
Guilty, that's what it is. So yeah, so hopeless or frightened?
Hopeless or frightened. I feel hopeless because Gideon's whole life, this person has been unbeatable. And it just feels like they're like dancing circles around Gideon right now. And Gideon's like, I don't know the right thing to say. I don't know how to get, I don't know what to do here. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that it kind of tops off when she leans forward and says, "And I hope I get to see Alan before you leave. It's been a while since we caught up."
When I kill you, there will be no one left to mourn you. Stay away from him. Making me angrier is just going to make what I do to you more painful and more slow every time you try and scare me or hurt someone I love.
I think we both know that your threats are frightfully empty right now, Gideon.
Maybe for now. But they won't be for long.
Well, if you ever realize that I am less a foe than those you call family, if you would really like to get to know burgeoning godhood, I would be happy to teach you.
I don't want anything from you.
Yet. At that point, she waves at Fang to bring her another drink, which he does incredibly quickly. And while that's happening, Phoebius kind of like conspiratorially leans towards you and says, "This is not Discord's domain. You don't have anything to worry about."
And Gideon just like looks at him out of the corner of her eye and nods a little bit.
And I think, like, unfortunately, out of the corner of your eye, you see just Chintrix has been like devouring this with glee, just like reveling in how terrible this has been. And I think that at that point, you know, the table hits this quiet lull for a moment before Discord goes. Brittlebat's sciences, they were revolutionary. I hope you come to understand them before the night ends. You'll understand me a little bit more.
How did you know them?
Remember, I don't spoil things. And I think it is at that point where we will go to our first break of the evening. And we'll come back and we'll see what the two people who have been pulled into little private sanctions have been up to. I'm excited to see what both of their fates have wrought. We will see you after this short break. Worm time. It's worm time. We've hit another worm. Here we go. All right. I love to come back from a break with an adding of the worm. We now have 3 worms here. I lost one. I could not get Gideon to take the bait, but it's fine. It happened. And we now have 3 worms to continue our crimes with. With that, I'd actually like to take one of these worms and offer it right before we even start to a dear friend, Current. This XP is sitting pretty here for you should you act outside of composure at any time for the rest of the night.
Noted.
You've been very composed this whole time, so let's put some spice on the menu, shall we? So yes, Mo, thank you for that. We are gonna head right back in. Of course, this beautiful dance of both blades and then bodies has happened on this ballroom floor, where Gideon, slightly above, was arguing with a god who sent her mom to die, and Brine was trying to make good with one of her best friend's sisters who fucking hates her. I'm not sure which one went better, honestly, if I had to classify them. I'm not sure which one I would say like really came out on top there. But both of those were so tasty. Many implications to come for both of those. And let's see if we'll find a similar fate in our next part of Nyx, which is one of the 2 more private areas. The sunroom of the solarium of the 2 areas isn't completely locked away. There are a lot of curtains that occasionally you can glance through, whereas it is near impossible to see out through Ampara's magics onto the balcony without notice, let's say. And the solarium is beautiful. It is full of greenery, unlike kinds you've ever seen. With the limited times you've been in the wilds now, and there is all sort of ephemeral flux, flora and fauna that just seem to be breathing and living in unison. even up on the ceiling, with this perpetual sunlight shining through. It feels like morning would be forever here. And there are couches and these piles of pillows and haphazard stacks of books laying around. And Current, you are led in here by your wristband, and Lunoran is already here. They are unchanged from their outfit beforehand, which is a near statement of defiance, you might guess. And they have taken up on the floor cushion that surrounds them with the most greenery. They are head level with a numerous amount of plants and flowers and just objects of beauty. You were beginning to glean that everything in this room was picked for its beauty. And they do not seem surprised to see you. They more regard it as an eventuality. Their expression just as unchanging as the owl that takes up the majority of their face, this mask. And you see that their cup has already been drank. And you enter into this morning silence, the faint sound of birds, this smell of almost a honeydew morning, an amber. And Lunoran is regarding you with an all-seeing plainness.
I'm going to walk up to Lenoran and probably sit on the couch that's right across from where they are sitting, and regard them, saying, Lenoran, I'm quite glad to see that we're together in this room, actually. Have you been here long?
Lunoran shrugs and says, did Lunoran have an accent? I swear, I'm reconcussing myself all the time. All of the information about accents have been leaving me as of late. Not British. Not.
No. Yeah, not British. No.
Oh, why do I am so doubtful every time? Lunoran gives a shrug and says, it is easy to let time pass here. It is not a cell.
You do seem rather at home in this room. You enjoy lots of parts of nature here, plants, the flowers.
Yes.
Me too.
What makes you feel most at home?
Yeah, that's funny. I think that the concept of home has changed so many times for me since we've left Kurthis. I actually don't know what feels like home. I guess my friends. That feels like home.
You did not find home in the core.
Maybe if only by name, only by origin. It's home in a way. It's where I came from. I mean, Kurthis, that's where I grew up. At home, not like that.
I have never sought to call a place home.
Maybe, in a way, it was out of fear of losing whatever it was I would call home. So it's safer just to not. I take it you aren't the biggest fan of this party.
I think if I was, I would have been invited and not kidnapped.
Yeah, good point. I can't remember going to a party ever that I was kidnapped to go to.
This is not the first time Anpara has done this.
To you specifically?
I'm sure.
How many times has this happened to you?
And there's like a slightly overwhelmed like look as they begin these calculations.
Oh,
This is the 7th.
is your roll the same every time?
No. I don't think a story like this has ever been told. And rarely am I kidnapped for such entertainments. Normally it is because my presence has been requested.
What is it that they want from you?
It's different every time. Someone could be sick, need healing, dying of old age and seeking another chance at life. Information about my past and those I have met in it. Or justice and someone to enact it.
What about this time?
This time, I am a party favor.
There has to be a reason, though. I mean, that mask.
Yes.
I can't say anything comes to mind of who you might be. Do you know?
Yes. But that is not a truth I might give so easily. Perhaps it would be best for you to drink.
I think I'd look down at my drink. Sorry, Oliver is ripping apart an orange juice container.
Tom and Oliver are rioting.
I haven't passed my bracelet over my drink. Is that something that I'm able to do now?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, so you pass it over your drink after Lunoran gestures for you to do exactly that. And this drink is, of course, this thorned glass that you are still holding on to. As you bring your wrist over it, the bead shatters and falls down into the drink. There is a small explosion. So a small contained explosion inside of your glass, as if a chemical reaction has taken place. This burst of purple smoke flares up and directly into your eyes. As the smoke clears, you look down into your drink and see that the glass that the thorns are surrounding has shattered. But so specifically that shattering makes up and shifts and fractures and begins to spell out words without spilling any of your beverage. If you would so like to read your sonnet out loud to us.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Oh boy. Fair monarch, you are monarch. 'Tis my gift, a chance at understanding your new crown. Still, young god, I entreat you must be swift, lest the truth that haunted monarch does drown. Have you learned of monarch's singular truth? Guardian of their lone holy doctrine, a job carried out since Akramon's youth, a secret you may choose to guard again. Or will you stray from origin's holy throne? Or shall you spill blood in same ancient name? Either way, for secrets you must atone. Once I learned the truth, I altered my game. Still confused? Offer your companion prayer. After all, their now broken heart was there.
Okay. Yeah, a lot to learn. So any immediate thoughts about that?
Haunted monarch? I hate that.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, monarch's singular truth. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is what I know about monarch guarding the prophecies.
Something, yeah. So yeah, Lunoran is just regarding you with plaintive eyes. That if you gaze too long, you would find a hungry interest at the bottom of, as you take all of this in.
And then I think I'm going to take a moment to kind of compose myself. There are parts of there that are very familiar to Monarch. To Current. And then I think I will relay everything to Lenore. And then also say, some of this is familiar to me. I do know that Monarch is the god tasked with guarding all of the prophecies of Akramon. Spill blood. I mean, I know what Monarch had to do or did in the heart with who I think were my grandparents. There was a lot that didn't get answered before Monarch went away.
Godhood often leaves more questions than it does answers. as you are often left to create them yourself.
I think this is saying that I could choose to do what Monarch did before they created the place that held the prophecies? Or
I will tell you what I know of Monarch at this time. This is the first All Mages Day after the creation of their Well of Prophecy. And, well, Monarch has always guarded prophecy. All prophecy is defined under a singular truth. And that singular truth, Monarch always believed was theirs to guard with their life.
so awful about this truth that had to be kept secret.
Perhaps the truth itself is not so awful, but the blood that would be spilled for it, the wars that it would cause. Monarch believed that the revelation of this truth unto any, let alone many, would be Akramon's demise.
Akramon's demise, that doesn't make sense. We are in demise. It didn't fix anything. It saved nothing. There was still war. People still died. They are dying right now. How could the truth be any more awful than that?
And Lunoran tilts their head in consideration. But then their attention is immediately taken from you as their eyes snap up to something behind you. You turn and look, and though the curtains barely moved, the sound never hit your ears. Anpara is standing directly behind you in all of his splendor. An excited smile on his face. Like this is one of the parts that he has been looking forward to. And he comes over and he sits next to you on the couch. He says, I bring you a gift.
Another gift. What did I do to warrant this one, Anpara?
Oh, little god, you should learn now. Some gifts are burdens. And he takes your hand that has the bracelet on it. And he produces from like the center of his chest, magically out of thin air, these sets of charms. Each one is a sun with an eye in it. Closed now on one by one as he snaps them onto your wrist.
What's this?
Well, and he grins and he goes, Monarch had a secret. And each person who receives one of these charms from you represents someone who learned this treacherous secret. And I know most of who did, as it's been one of my interests over the last fair 100 years or so. Hundreds, perhaps. But this one, I've always wondered about this one. If Howl ever learned the truth. It has plagued me every time I've thought about it. And the closest I'll ever get now is seeing you decide. So if you wish, give Howl over there one of your charms. Or keep it to yourself. I'm so looking forward to your answer. As it's the closest I'll ever get to the truth.
I think without breaking eye contact with Ampara, I take one of the charms and I hand it to Howl, and I regard Ampara, saying, truths can't flourish as secrets. Howl will know.
And at that point, Ampara smiles at you and goes, oh, that is lovely. Remember, Monarch spent their entire secrets guarding this as closely as they could.
I am not Monarch.
No. And yet, so much. All the same. And Ampara stands up at that point and saunters from the room.
Is Lenoran acting any sort of different? Is their face any, can I bring anything from the portion of their face that I can see?
Would you like to try and figure a person out?
I would love to try to figure a person out.
All right, so looking at that, when you try to understand a person, you're going to roll with wit. And if you have a string on them, you can spin it and get a +3. And then if you do, you'll have a whole host of questions you can answer. Also, let me double check. The bonus in this room is, of course, you are in the solarium, and you get +1 if you are enticing someone. So do keep that in mind.
Right, let's see. I do not think that I have any strings on Lenoran.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. That is a 6.
A 6. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I do have that extra 1d6, but I don't know that I want to use it. We're going to use it. We're going to use it. This is the secrets time. We're going to use it.
Using it for secrets time.
The 5. So that's 11.
Okay, so an 11 is a smash hit. You can ask 2 questions now or later in the scene. So you can hold on to this to one of them as long as you'd like. Great choice. I think that paid off absolutely.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I can ask one question now and one question later.
Yeah, you can also ask me directly and just glean it from observing them.
Okay. I'm wanting to know, like, how do I get them to tell me the story of Howl?
I think that there is this, you're trying to regard them, and they seem to be, there is an impatient catch to them almost. It looks like they are wanting, but something is keeping them from sharing. I think that there is perhaps, by the way that they encouraged you to drink, the end of the sonnet you were given, still confused, offer your companion prayer. After all, their now broken heart was there. Perhaps there is a more fiendishly literal aspect to this, knowing on Para's wily ways.
Well, I know that earlier I was thinking that offering emotional support to Lenoran might be something that I could potentially do. Let's see, when your presence is really meaningful to them.
That would be tasty.
Okay, so, ooh. Offer your companion prayer. I actually might choose to use my second question then to get more insight on that. Oh. How do I ask this? Like, like a how can I help you? Like, I'm trying to glean like what hurt was done to them. What how do I help them heal from this hurt that I feel like I can see, but it is like locked tight.
So almost like a, how could I get you to share this wound with me? Okay. And does Current do something outright to try and wrest that from them? Or are you still trying to pick up on subtle cues?
I think that I had gleaned this from them like back when we had first encountered each other too, but I don't know, and it's like I'm not getting very much verbally. I think I go to, when I'm also offering this charm over, I'm also going over to reach for Lenoran's hands, just as like a physical connection and a locking of eyes. Because I feel like I've tried with words and that hasn't gotten anywhere. So just trying to literally just make a grounding connection with them.
Yeah, so you go over and sit by them, and it's like you're on the couch that's next to this cushion that they're sitting on, and so you're just a little bit taller than them by nature of sitting on a taller couch, but not by much. Lunaran is very tall, and they like brush their like emerald green hair out of their eyes as they look up at you. And do you put the charm on before or after you take their hands?
I think I ask them if it's okay if I can put this charm on, and if Lenoran agrees, then I will put it on as I'm we grab hands. I'm putting it on as we grab hands.
Okay. Yeah, you ask and they nod silently. And you go to do this. And you mentioned looking for grounding as you were touching their hands. And Current, you actually experience the opposite. As the two of you hold hands for just a moment, there is this shocking movement of power in between the two of you. Like a wave crashing up against a cliff. This burst of breathlessness, of fresh air, of breathing further into your lungs than you ever thought you could. There is this intoxicating richness to it that is unlike you've ever felt before.
I think there's a brief moment. There's this moment of panic, and I am taking in this breath, but also I'm like, "What's happening? What's happening?" And then realize that this is the clearest bit of air that my lungs have ever taken in.
Mm-hmm.
Has anything changed around us? Or is this just a sensation that we're both experiencing?
I think that you can definitely feel that there is this like air that is picked up around the two of you. This almost like life being brought into this room just by the connection between you two. But beyond that, there's a shocking lack of physicality to it.
What is this magic?
It is not magic. It is godhood.
Are you? This isn't because of me.
This has happened most every time we've touched.
We've never met. I'm not Monarch. I don't know what they know. I have not seen what they've seen. What happened? Can you tell? Or Howl? Did Howl know Monarch?
Hal was Monarch's closest advisor for about 4.5 years. They were the one who advised the building of the prophecy well. And Howell did his best every day to help Monarch outrun their duty. Or at least outrun the crushing pressure of it. Monarch never strayed from duty itself. And it was on this day that Monarch confessed to Howl that the weight of this singular truth was so crushing, even after the making of the well to lift the burden of the prophecy truth. This one essential truth, this single piece of knowledge had all but crumpled a god. And Monarch asked Howl for advice. And his advice was this: burdens have always been made to be shared with those you love. And that is what inspired Monarch to tell a soul besides themselves the truth.
What did Hal do with that truth?
It was not, well, Anpara does not know, and I do not either. I do not know if Howl ever learned. But I do know who Monarch sought to tell. It was their two lovers at the time. Tonight, they would be known as... And this is the first time you, get a really strong emotion out of Lunor, and there's this scoff. And they go, tonight they would be known as... What is it? Phenextra and Lopen.
And they knew the secret too, so it was them and Howl.
Monarch only ever got the chance to try and tell Phenextra. They thought best to tell another god first.
You said try.
I did.
It stopped Monarch.
And there is an uncanny irony as your bracelet changes color. And the Norn in front of you goes, I think you've been invited to find out. And from there, we will go over to the other private section of this on party. Yes, the most private of all, the balcony. Glowing pink on Kalen's wrist, the same color that Current's bracelet had just turned. Kalen, you are out here on a balcony overlooking the most gorgeous lake, a waterfall that's mists are giving way to rainbows, overlooking the beautiful magic grounds of the On Palace, with a beautiful spring sitting in the center of it. Mask now off. standing there with none other than Maleapira, member of the Iron Eater Enclave, tempter of Mordia to cleave her hand, loyal servant to Anpara, and one of the most powerful non-gods to have ever existed. And yet he has come to sit across from you, not in the pillows, in a chair, very specifically. He is not going to sit in a pile of pillows. It is not him at all. And crosses his leg, kind of leans back, strangely casual, eyes regarding you almost as equal. And he offers, I'm thrilled you got out of Kurthus safely. I heard but few moments too late to send in reinforcements. By the time they got there, you were already gone.
Did you know what was going to happen?
I have spies everywhere. I just caught wind too late.
Well, yes, I fortunately was able to make it out with as many people as I could from Kurthus, but fortunately we couldn't get everyone.
That is a most kingly spirit. Trying to get out as many citizens as you can.
Well, it was, I did what I could, and hopefully they are doing well.
Yes. Well, wellness is not found. It is fought.
Sure. I would like to use figure out a person on Maleapira.
Oh, sure. You're more than welcome to.
Wit.
Ooh.
I get a 6 on that, so that's not great.
Uh-oh.
You got inspiration a few weeks back, and I don't know if you've used it. I'll point that out.
Did you? My memory's too bad to refute it, so get good on it while the getting's good, if that is your choice.
Yeah, I don't recall using it. I don't recall not using it, so I don't really know.
I don't think you used it, and I'm not just saying that to cheat.
Molly is the keeper.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you didn't use it.
I will take Molly's word for it.
There you go.
And I will roll.
I'm also happy to give you a downbeat.
Sure. Oh, well, that's another 6. So that's a total of 12.
There you go. That kind of changes that. So now you can ask 2 at any time in the scene. And as a reminder, since you are out on the balcony, if you act on an unwise temptation, you mark 1 XP and take a string on someone present.
Okay. I don't have sneaky ways to ask these things because I'm not that clever. So I'm just gonna be direct, and I'm gonna straight up ask Maleapira my 2 questions, which are, what are your feelings towards Ampara? And what do you hope to get from Ampara?
Interesting. And you just launch right into that.
Yeah, I just, why not?
From your pillow
no
pile.
time like the present.
Are you just like in the pillows right now?
Yeah,
Just...
we're hanging out, right?
And are you trying to, yeah, is it more like a casual, like, we're buds, you can tell me, or is it like a, give me the truth right now? Like, what kind of vibe is it?
Yeah, I think he's definitely trying to pass off the we're buds, like I'm working for you, right? Like I'm just curious, right? Like what's my angle on all this? That it, like right, like that kind of how should I be approaching Ampara in regards like as your whatever, right?
Yes. So I think Malaya Pura regards you almost approvingly with this line of questioning. Regards you for a moment and says, well, I find Anpara to be the most agreeable of the gods. There is a reason that he and I have found ourselves allies for as long as we have. I find the rest of the gods to leave something wanting. A real lack of vision, let's call it. But I want for very little from Anpara that I could not get myself. Space to do what I wish, I suppose. And he is more than happy to provide it.
And what vision does Anpara have that the other gods don't?
You are asking this to know if you should align with him?
I'm curious about our very fascinating and interesting host of this party. How things kind of play out towards the future.
Anpara has brought everyone here because he is unsure of his vision. He has grown bored by the monotony that being the victor affords you. He knows that there are several challengers to this monotony on the horizon, and he is looking for the most entertaining chapter of the story that comes next.
Okay. You're confusing because you said that Ampara has a vision and the other gods don't have a vision, but also that he doesn't really have a vision because he's unsure. So his only vision is that he wants to fight with somebody because he's bored?
He has an eye for what's happening. He understands the story that we're all telling together. This is the vision, and he understands that as the victor, he does not get the chance to be the lonely underdog who challenges the status quo. That will be someone else. So he's seeking them out as quickly as he can. Do you?
And so what is his purpose in having us here and playing these characters and playing out this story? I mean, and what do you know of this story?
This story is important. It is about one of the core truths of Acramon that has been guarded for quite a long time. And once everyone here at this party learns of that truth, that will be the most people in the history of time who has ever known this truth in the same moment. A liberation of sorts. It won't be monarchs to guard for much longer.
Do you already know this truth?
Of course.
Would you care to share that with me?
I could. But this truth would alter so much of what you're thinking about now, that I want to get a better feeling for where you are currently at. Will you humor me this?
Sure.
I assume you know that you are in a fair amount of danger.
The eyeball in my drink certainly suggests so, yes.
Yes. Well, that is not the danger that is watching you. That would sooner be Valyria or Discord. What I really want to know is, now that Kurthus has changed so much, now that the thing you are so devoted toward protecting is gone, what do you find yourself wanting for now?
Is it gone? I haven't been there since I left. I don't know what the current state of Kurthus actually is.
I was speaking of Misha. They did die, did they not?
See. And what of Misha?
It wasn't Kurthus in danger that you tried to save, was it?
No.
Yes. And so now, all of this power that I have given you to do exactly that is seeking a use. So I'm asking what you intend to use it for.
I don't think that path has become clear to me yet. I think that since I've left Kurthus, I've learned a lot of information. I've made some new friends. I've had to take on responsibilities I never thought that I would take on. So I'm not sure I have a clear path yet. I would hope that perhaps after this party, or hopefully in the very soon, soon after, I would kind of figure that out. But right now, I don't know that I'm sure.
Well, if it is purpose you are seeking, I will gladly give you a task that will lead you to one. Will you do something for me?
Depends. What is it you would have me do?
Do you know who provided the null that raided Kurthus?
My understanding is it was Discord.
That is who unleashed it, but not who sourced it. Chintrix was the one who did that. I want you to kill him.
And what of Anpara's no violence rule?
If only someone had thought of that. He reaches into the inside of his jacket and produces this tiny golden vial. And hands it out to you. And says, a poison of Anpara's own making. You will not be able to tell who did this.
consider it done.
Oh, I do love to hear that. And tell you what, you have been so profoundly obedient that if you can do this sooner rather than later, I will gift you something that you seek quite dearly. I will give you the Kinkiller Blade.
That is, that would be great. Indeed.
I agree. And once you decide what you want, I will help provide it to you. So long as we stay on the same side of ideologies and the future of Acrimon.
Well, that seems certainly like a good offer right now. I will I will take that with me, and I will we'll start on that mission. Hope to have it done by the end of the next course.
It seems like an acceptable timeline.
And what of our characters? What do you know?
How much would you like to know?
Oh, I'd like to know as much as you're willing to tell me.
So hungry for information. You are Grelgalid. Do you know this name?
Can't say that I do.
A poor study, then.
I never really was good in school.
Grelgalid is one of the Grimoire. The fifth. Dead now.
Okay. And what did Grelgalid do? Why is he dead?
His most grievous sin. Love someone who was not his.
Whom did he love?
King Natsera. A member of your lineage, no?
Yes. And
You see, this meeting is a historic meeting.
the meeting between Grelgalid and your character.
You keep up. As this has been going on for many years. In the secret of All Mages' Day, year after year. But this one, this is the one where they get caught.
Who caught them?
Good question. Malaya Pira stands up and begins walking over to the door of the balcony. And he says, but that's not my question to answer. It's his. And he puts his mask back on and opens up the door. And where you look over to where he nodded, this corner, the far corner of this balcony that you are on the other side of, there's several stones, flora and fauna in the way of where you and this person is standing. And yet that wouldn't have helped anyways, because only when Maleapira nods at him does his invisibility, unwilling, drop from his form. And Corvin, paler than you've ever seen him, stands.
So Corvin was inside or outside?
Corvin was outside on this balcony.
With us the whole time, invisible.
You don't know when he got here. You have no idea.
Okay. And has Maleapira still standing there?
Nope, he's gone inside. He left this to
He
you.
He's like,
Yeah, this was,
he's out
yeah.
to deal with this on your own.
Yeah, this isn't mine to deal with. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, well, I turn to Corvin. I say, "Oh, hi, Corvin."
Kalen?
How long have you been standing there?
Long enough.
Yeah, long enough for what?
Most anything.
Okay, cool. How do you feel about that?
Not good.
No? Okay. I'm sensing a little anger, Corvin.
I'm just wondering if this is the part where you kill me. Oh, you can't. It's against the rules.
Corvin. You know who that was, right?
I'm aware.
Do you think I'm going to say no to him right now while I'm still trying to figure out what's going on and what the truth is in Kurthis and what has been happening and all of that at this party? Do you really think I'm going to just like say sure, whatever, and say no?
Are you asking me if I think highly of you?
No.
Well, probably don't. Am I just supposed to... Oh, I get it, because this is exactly like who I am supposed to be was feeling.
I suppose so. Who are you?
Now that I know, things never are. Just a guy, I guess. My story told me name of not importance, but choices mattered most. Like, okay. So no one's gonna learn the name Corvin, but what I do with what I just saw is gonna matter quite a bit, won't it?
And what would you like to do with what you've just learned?
What would you like me to do with what I just learned? Maybe a better question.
No,
Does anyone know?
No, nobody knows.
Not even Gideon?
Oh, not even Gideon. But quite frankly, Corvin, don't you remember? Were you there when we got Oslo out of the card? Nobody likes Chintrix. He's been up to shit everywhere, and in Terrapine as well, so I'm pretty sure that they'd probably be okay with this.
No, that's fine. I'm kind of fine with Chintrix dying. His vibes are terrible. I am less great with the fact that you are making deals with, like, the bad guy. There are no bad gods. That is a very deliberate design. Each god had a redeemable parcel that could be worshipped and prayed to as according. You know who didn't? Maleapira.
Trust me, I have my reasons.
You asked me to trust you? After what I just learned? This is bad. I just really wish that I didn't even learn this. I didn't even fucking know you. What a terrible first thing to learn about you, Prince Kalen.
What do you mean you don't even know me? What are you talking about?
I've never met you beyond the stray scroll that would deliver unto my door to tell great praise of your recent charity endeavors after you were caught partying at some club in your early 20s.
Corvin, what? Have you? Okay, wait. Above game question because I'm not remembering this. Was I the one who said scrub Corvin's memory, or Corvin chose to scrub his memory? I don't remember.
You have no idea.
Okay, I have no idea.
No clue.
Okay,
Gideon
but in other
informed
words,
you that
it
Corbin
wasn't a
has no
choice.
memory of you. You did. This is not your crime.
Right. Okay.
This is
Yeah. I'm
not
like,
your
wait,
crime.
did I do something that caused
Did
it? No.
I do
Okay.
this?
Okay.
Was I? Did I do this bad thing? No,
Okay,
you
it's
did
not
not
my
do
fault.
this bad
Right,
thing.
Okay. What, Corvin? What are you talking about? We literally.
Oh, by the way. Well, you asked Corvin what he's talking about. This is a single XP on offer for you should you handle this issue in a way Nakata would approve of. It's up for interpretation.
Okay. Corvin, you don't remember all the time that we spent together?
Were we pen pals?
We were a little bit more than pen pals, Corvin.
I think I would remember if I was a little bit more than pen pals with the prince.
Wow. Okay. Oh, what happened to you?
Do you know a guy named Lorvin, and this is just incredibly confusing for you?
No, I'm pretty sure I know. Corvin, I'd like to now call out some specific part of Corvin's body that would normally be hidden under clothes, a birthmark, a something, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and to that we go to Gideon. Gideon, weigh in.
He has a beauty mark on his right butt cheek, and he's like very proud of it. He like thinks it's gorgeous.
What is it shaped like?
Oh, it's just like a little beauty, like a little like black, like a
Sure.
Marilyn Monroe like,
of the
on his
ass.
ass.
Okay, a Marilyn of the ass. Gotcha. All right.
Great.
He and Gideon also got matching tattoos that are very small, like on the like back lower right hip. I'm deciding now. Gideon's is of a little raccoon, and Corvin's is of a little possum. And if you like put them together, they're kind of posing like this together. Yeah. It's like horrible. I think it was like infected for like a week after they got it. They got it from like a
slightly misshapen possum.
Yes.
Now you've got options.
Yeah, so I definitely go with the beauty mark on the butt cheek, because the tattoo Gideon theoretically would have told me of. So, Corvin, I know that you have a beauty mark on your right butt cheek. How would I know that if we hadn't slept together?
I don't know.
Right. So I'm thinking that somebody somewhere along the line between the last time I saw you and now has fucked with your memory. That's not cool.
We fucked?
Yes, we did.
There's reticence in your eyes. I could be misreading. It means regret, Caitlin.
Thank you. I was like, wait. Too fancy.
Sorry. I am a law mage.
Oh, trust me, I remember. Parentheses, it was bad, so I remember.
No, I think I did something embarrassing. Now I learned 2 things I wished I didn't out here on this balcony.
Well,
wait. Now I seem to be been wholly distracted by the Malaya Pira thing. Like, you've got him, like, exactly where you want him for all intents and purposes. He's like, so you don't... We don't. We're not.
We're not now, no, but we did.
Mm.
We definitely did.
Mm.
Definitely did. You don't remember the whole apartment, Corvin? With the no? With the St. John's Cross and the
Oh my god. Corin puts his hands over his face. I don't remember this. Are you sure a member of the royal family didn't scrape my memory for my indiscretions?
or the yeah, like the St. Andrews.
Yes,
anyway.
sure.
Okay. I don't know why this you don't remember, but you definitely should remember. Definitely. But anyway,
Okay, well, I'll work on remembering.
Yeah. So, do that.
His face is like bright red at this point. I feel like we were talking about something a little important.
I also think it's very important that clearly something has happened to your memory that you don't remember having sex with me. Corvin, what?
You're really acting like I've lost a huge gift.
You did.
Okay.
I can't believe the
I
whole
believe you.
apartment is
I believe you.
Corvin. God.
Okay.
Well, now we've got to go there. Oh, maybe hopefully it's still
You
there.
sounded like you were not looking for a repeat, and I was trying to respect that.
You know what? But if you don't remember the experience, then
I will not have a pity experience for my lack of memory. I will not.
Well,
now about what do I even call that?
I don't know what you call what. What are you talking
about? Is it
about?
A warlock pact?
I don't.
He said power. That would certainly indicate that perhaps you are receiving some real, tangible beneficiaries from the alliance that you have made with the king of all traitors. Did you cut your hand off?
No, did not cut my.
Are you sure?
I'm
Gotta put it back on.
Oh, we did not put it back on. Gosh, okay. Corvin, sometimes there are moments in your life when things get a little overwhelming and really scary, and you don't really know what to do.
I'm in this moment right now.
Well, it's not quite as you think this is that moment. This is not that moment. Okay. I will tell you, sometimes things get scary, and sometimes the people you love are threatened and almost die, and then you do things because you want to save them. And sometimes those things, well, sometimes they are things that other people
you can use the word bad.
Yes, things that other people might consider not great. Yes. Yeah.
So if I'm to just sort of use my law mage skills, if I will, and put this evidence together, it's sounding like, based off of what I heard from that conversation, is that, shall I hazard a guess? Times Misha was in danger. Perhaps it was the assassination attempt on their life that was the subject of conversation at every brunch I went to for weeks, and I was bored of it after like the first one. So let's take that and everything that I just heard in that conversation. So you saved Misha from, because remember, that's exactly the deal Mortia made, which is pretty much almost exactly sibling, saving, hand cleaving. I'm really concerned about whether or not you have your hand. I'll just say that right now.
Both my
It could
hands
be
are
a
not
fake hand.
reattached.
It could be a
It's
fake
not.
hand.
They're real. Trust me. I know. Yes.
And you did that, and you made that choice. And then Zara was on the line. And you said, "Man, I already did one."
So that you remember. Okay. Great. Fantastic. Okay. Listen.
All. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I had a different relationship I had with Zara.
Sure.
And this again, moments, scariness, overwhelmingness. Sometimes you make a decision that others consider not great. And in that moment, yes, I did decide to take Julian and flee because I didn't think that all three of us would make it out alive.
I know. We talked about it.
Yes, we did.
No, Julian and I talked about it.
Did you? And so how do you? Okay, well, so then you've talked about. So then you know. In that moment, that's what I did. What I thought was best. I clearly, I have not been the best at making good decisions in moments of panic and
Surely.
scariness.
Okay. Fit to rule.
No, never said that. Didn't want that. No, didn't want that.
Well, except for, oh no, you're now the only option.
Well, maybe.
You're the only option, and you made a deal with like the one person you shouldn't make a deal with. Or I guess have the perks been nice? Am I just getting it wrong? Should I be really rethinking this? Should I get in while the getting's good? Should I go ask him for an encyclopedic memory of every, I don't know, piece of magic here on Kurthus, and also to lose my hand, and also to remember the experience that you're claiming was so essential to my well-being?
Listen, just saying that sometimes just happen when you're not thinking very clearly and you just think in one way, and then all of a sudden you're going down this road and there's no brakes on this car that you're driving down this road. You're just in the car and you're going.
Sure. Yeah. You're treating your choices with a real passive intent. Well, I was in the car. Well, you made the car.
Well, I was driving the car, sure, but the car doesn't have brakes.
Sure. But it's a nice car. You grew up in a very nice car.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
I will listen, and I think I should listen to you tell me how you would like to see the rest of our night go.
I mean, I would like to just be able to enjoy the rest of this party and learn more about what it is that this story is that Anpar is trying to tell us, and try to get to the end of that, because if I don't understand the story, and Corvin, I'm not really that smart, so maybe you could help me, because clearly you're smarter than I am, so maybe we can figure out this story together and figure out what it is Anpar is trying to do, because at the end of the day, I would really like to make sure that all of my friends can go home safely.
And do you think you get to have that? You think he'll be okay with you having that?
I don't know, Corvin. I don't know what he wants, but again, I have my own thoughts and my own plans.
You also just said you're not very smart, so I'm wondering which one it is.
It's a mixture of both, to be honest. I might have plans, but there may not be smart plans. This is the problem.
Encouraging. Okay. And you're not going to tell anyone?
Not in this moment. I'd like to gather a little bit more information, but at the end of the day, I would like to be able to, at the very least, be able to talk to Gideon and Current. I've known them the longest, so I think that they at least deserve to know what my plan is, especially considering it regards, I don't know, all of Kurthis and where and everyone that's been part of all of our lives forever.
Okay, final question. How can I trust you?
I think that's something only you can answer. But I think that if you follow along and you see what I'm trying to do, you will.
So I just said, how can I trust you? And you said, that's your business. A little concerning.
I can't tell you what to do.
Sure, but trust is earned.
And what is it then that I can do to earn your trust?
I don't know, because I wasn't thinking, man, I wasn't brainstorming as the god of, which now makes sense, betrayal led me onto this balcony and said, come stand here. See you soon. I wasn't like, oh, what perfect times to brainstorm how someone could painstakingly regain my trust after a major betrayal. I was not thinking about that.
Sure.
I thought that you maybe would have time to think about it because you've been, I don't know, sitting with this treacherous truth of your actions for, I don't know, years. I just thought you might have had more time.
I think
don't like lying to Gideon. That feels gross. But I understand that there are people who are more our enemies than, your bad decisions. But that's the thing is you've talked to me and I've gone from, this person is working with the traitor to gods, the champion of all that is bad magic, the malefact of Acramon. And now I'm like, oh yeah, he was just in the car and the brakes were cut. And he's a good guy if you really think about it. That's the most dangerous part about you, isn't it? You're so fucking likable.
I do have a handsome face. But in all honesty, I think that at the end of the day, the people who know me know that I only want to do good. And sometimes you make bad decisions, but making bad decisions doesn't mean you're a bad person. And sometimes
doubling down on them does. Like, yes, I will do that. And also I will kill Chintrix. It's the doubling down on the bad decision. That's usually when you get into real bad territory.
I'm pretty sure that everybody wins by me killing Chintrix. I'm pretty sure.
I know, that's why this is so deceptively harmless. Like they picked the perfect thing for me to witness.
I mean, I suppose they did. But I don't think that anybody would disagree with killing Chintrix, and I don't think that they would disagree with any other parts of the plan that I have yet to share with anyone for fear of, I don't know, memories vanishing or other sorts of brain weirdo-ness that would happen, because clearly that's already happened to you. And so if anybody got caught any wind of the things that I was potentially planning and tried to extract that information from people or to erase certain things from people's memories, it could be even more dangerous.
You're telling me I'm at risk now.
Well, you know, that you should blame Anpara for that because I didn't ask you to come out here.
If I go around and start telling people, is Malaya Pira going to suffocate me in the night?
I couldn't tell you.
But you're just enough not driving the car to make that a threat that is not really yours.
I mean,
I will give you what you are looking for, which is time to cook or whatever. One promise made in threes.
Okay.
You will not let any harm befall Gideon Osmond.
I will not let any harm befall Gideon Osmond. I will not let any harm befall Gideon Osmond. I will not let any harm befall Gideon Osmond.
And there's a surge of magic in the air. And just like that, an uncanny timing, your bracelet changes color. All the way from this beautiful blushing pink to a deep green as Corvin's changes to purple.
Yes, this means we have to part ways.
I suppose so, Kaylin. I would say it was such sweet sorrow. I am so mad.
And that is very valid.
And I am mad that I am not as mad as I feel I should be.
It's also valid.
Do you know who took my memory?
I really wish I did because I'd rip them a new one. You have any idea of who you've seen, what has gone on since you've been here?
I've been in this palace for a while. I met all of the other party favors, Fife because I was in the library, and Ozzel.
Well, I'm going to have to try to look into that and see if I can figure out who did this.
I think you got more important things to do, Kaylin. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
You know, I got a laundry list of things to do, Corvin, but if I can add that to the list and figure it out, I certainly will.
How does this exchange end?
I think, I'm trying to think what Kaylin would have on him. I don't know. Maybe we're out on a balcony. There's probably a flower around.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah. So, Kaylin will pick a flower and hand it to Corvin and say, I don't know. I haven't thought this through. He would pick the flower, hand it to Corvin, and just say, I appreciate that you have had the grace to give me the time that I need to work these things out. And I think that with time, you will see that you can trust me.
Corvin takes the flower, tucks it And the lapel goes. I don't let people make a fool of me twice.
Understood.
And he turns and literally stomps stomps back inside. And that's where we're going to take our second short break. See you guys in a moment. Godslayer, stay thirsty, get some water, enjoy a giveaway. See you soon. Welcome back, Godslayers. I hope that you've been staying thirsty and at the same time satiating that thirst by getting some water. We are full of multitudes, and I hope you've been actively pursuing both. We're going to let that dice giveaway run away till the end of the break. Make sure you're doing that. Get yourself a $20 dice gift card. Or we send it to a Patreon member. That's how it works. So let us revisit where we were. I think that everyone has picked up that it is now the changing of the guard, as it were. Gideon, your bracelet has gone purple now. You have been invited to the dance floor. You'll notice that most everyone you were dining with also takes up this similar color. It seems that most, if not all, have been invited to this this part of the party floor now. How do you leave this table where you're at?
I think Gideon wants to get up and like run away, but they refuse to seem scared or defeated, so they kind of like wait a minute to see if someone else will get up first as they act kind of casual and look around to see what everyone else's bracelets look like and who has the ballroom and if anyone has anything else different.
Yeah, no one at your table has a bracelet that does not match yours. Except for... Oh no, not even them. Yeah, no, everyone. Everyone is joining you, which is great news, isn't it? As you, Chintrix is the first to stand up and pretty much like run for it. Not because he's afraid of any of you, but he wants to stay on that schmoozing grind, Instagram hustler style. So he is off to go do exactly that.
I gotta trip him.
You absolutely. You're gonna have to kind of like stand up in time to do so, but I think you can absolutely make that happen. You stand up, you kind of make a show of maybe like your chair in cape got caught or something, and that's just enough time for you to stick your foot out and send him sprawling in front of Malaya Pura, Corvin, who is just bustled inside and is looking like at the same time like beet red and also ghastly pale. Thievius witnessed the eating shit. Valeria did. Abyssa, whose bracelet is a different color of whose bracelet is still blue, saw this. And Nakia absolutely did see you pull off this trip. While most others saw the fall. Nakia has come up to stand next to you and regard this moment of grandeur and goes, hell yeah.
Thank you. I'm so clumsy. Little sip.
So clumsy. Nakia agrees to a general audience of no one. And her bracelet at this point is pink. And she looks to you and says, so, who are you?
I'm Brittlebat, a brilliant but doomed scientist who was a footnote of history. Ran out of a room crying, apparently, so doing awesome. Had an awesome time at this table. Some awesome people.
Sounds like a really fun time.
Who are you?
Oh. you know. And she takes a moment and she nods at the person whom she is representing, who I will now message you about. And says, which is a thrilling time.
Well, I'm so sorry. If you want any tips to stay in character, talk in horrifying riddles nonstop and just be the worst. And you'll do a great job. Yeah.
Well, I am going to continue on my way to what I can only guess is commit atrocities.
Sure. I wish you were on the ballroom with us. I haven't gotten to talk to you since we got here.
I know. Ew, I missed you.
Gideon audibly goes, for 2 seconds and goes, oh, I missed you too.
I take it back. Yeah, I just guess I'll. And at that point, you are interrupted because Anpara has come to stand in front of the two of you. And Anpara says, hello, fledgling gods.
Hello, you.
You look so powerful and menacing together.
That's what friends are for.
Also sisters. Do you know what you're going to be the gods of yet?
Hopefully making parties more fun. That's sort of what I'm going for.
You telling me my party's not fun?
I mean, I thought my surprise guest would be some fun drama for you. We haven't talked about that yet.
Don't worry. I'm letting him out very shortly. And he kind of nods to where Doxan is still kept, parentheses, in the kitchen. And he says, but his role hasn't shown up yet.
You locked your ex-boyfriend in the kitchen? That's wild. Okay. Sure. Gideon's just being like way too casual with him, hoping that it will go over.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a caught Anpara guard, and Anpara's ex-boyfriend. That doesn't sound right. And I think he wouldn't love that. But I promise to let him out soon. And what would make this party more interesting or thrilling to you, Gideon? I don't like to disappoint.
Oh, no, I'm having a great time. Well, things just changed, actually, so I'm excited to go to the ballroom, maybe dance.
But you do understand the importance of the place you were coming from, right? Even though it was not perhaps with your favorite people at the party.
Actually, even though I wasn't a fan of them, it was a very enlightening conversation that I'm thankful for. So, yes.
Good. There are many things to learn tonight. And Anpara, starts to walk off and, remembers and turns back to Nakia and goes, oh, I was here to do this. And he taps her on the forehead. And her mask changes in a moment from that of a chameleon to that of a phoenix's mask.
Oh, okay, I see. Terrifying.
And it's fine, William. It's nobody worry. And says, and Anpara looks and says, well, you're welcome to continue on your way to, how as you phrased it, commit atrocities. That does sound right. Nakia goes, great. Thank you both.
We'll talk later.
And Nakia nods at you and continues walking out to the balcony.
Can I clock who else walks out there with her? I think Gideon would want to know. if she's like gonna be alone with any scary
I
people.
think, yeah, so you head on down to the dance floor and you're trying to get a feeling for this. And as you're looking around, you're noticing that most everyone is congregating if as like on the dance floor. It seems as if most have been assigned this part of the journey. And you're looking around trying to see like who did not who gets to go to a different place. And you immediately begin to notice the first thing is that most of the gods are not joining you downstairs. Anpara and Doxon are actually standing around like 10 feet away from each other in the dining room section. And they are shortly joined by both Abyssa and Malaya Pira. And everyone else is making their way downstairs. Beyond that, approaching from the solarium, both Lunoran and Current are making their way out here as well. The only two big differences that they have is that Lunoran's bracelet is purple and Current's is pink.
I think instant relief as Gideon realizes that Nakia will be with Current. And it's like, oh, okay, they're not going out there alone with like Anpara or Discord.
Sure. Quite spooky.
And I think Gideon also stares at Abyssa as they're like going towards the stairs. Just like they keep looking at her like she's like a celebrity inside of a grocery store.
Like, sure. Yeah. No, I think that's very fair. And you never catch her eyes, which is strange. And so Current, how are you making your way over to the balcony?
I think as I'm walking over, I'm just kind of surveying the main kind of like ballroom area and seeing who's out there and noticing that it looks like more people are congregating there than are getting separated to other places. And I think there's a small wanting of me wanting to break away from what Anpara wanted and to stay there because I see Gideon and everybody. But then I think I turn to Lenoran and just regard them kindly with a kind of a tip of my head and then head out to the balcony.
Okay. Yeah, they give you a gracious nod and you make your way out. So you head out onto this beautiful, luxurious balcony with this almost effervescent pink glow. The sun in the sky is getting higher and the heat is picking up. It's perfect day at the pool weather, if you did ask me. As you come out, you are looking for who else is out there. And for a second, you're like, oh, Winona's here with me. As you see the very mask that she was assigned. And then after a second, you pick up that is absolutely not Winona's stature, outfit, anything really. And that is clearly a different person wearing Winona's mask.
You're not Winona, I say as I began to make my way closer to them.
Nakia kind of holds her arms out and goes, "You're very observant."
Nakia, your mask is different, which I'm sure you will also clock as observant, but how did you come upon the same mask as Winona?
I am the chameleon tonight. I am known for donning many different forms.
Oh, well, and it seems you already know much more about the origin of your mask than I do.
Yep, I do.
You sound like you're not having the greatest of times.
I know I'm here to take something from you.
Take something from from me or from the person I'm supposed to be?
The person you are.
So can I gather that, I don't know, maybe you know more about this person than I am?
Your monarch.
You know, people keep saying that, and it's just not getting...
No, like your monarch from the past.
Oh. Well, that's silly. Everybody else got...
No,
You know,
that's not true. There's one person who's already the same. Still. It's Valnorax.
and you as the chameleon, a new monarch.
Yes.
And what is it exactly that you're here to take, Nikia?
A lover's look steals the truth.
The truth that Monarch was keeping from everyone. You're here for the secret.
Yeah. And luckily, you know about it. I don't think the other monarch did.
I mean, I know that there is a secret, a truth. I don't know what that truth is.
No, I meant the deceit. This. They never learned that it wasn't their lover standing across from them.
Because they pretended to be them.
Yes.
More games. No matter god or mortal, just more games. And so then what happened?
I convinced you who I said I was. And I took the truth from you.
Monarch trusted you.
Who they thought I was, yes. Loved them even.
How long?
I don't know. My lengthy sonnet did not cover that much. I didn't understand half of it.
Yeah, mine wasn't exactly a walk in the park either.
I'm glad I'm not alone in that.
Seems that even some of the gods weren't spared the taking of things that we were subjected to. Humans, mortals. I wonder they were so guarded.
Current, I can feel it. The thing I drink. If you don't give it to me, I have to take it from you. I can feel it.
Take it from me.
I don't know whatever it is. I know I can just feel that you're supposed to give me something, and that I will have to take it if it is not given.
I have nothing to give you.
This is not true. You do have the charms that are now, Ampara placed several on your, several on your bracelet to represent the truth. You have already given one to Howl, who now also has it. You think that she has perhaps been compulsed to take this charm by force, should it not be willingly given.
And if Monarch would have said no?
I don't think that's how the story goes.
Well, I mean, fuck the story, Nikia. What if I said no? I mean, Anpar is not going to force us into violence, and that would go against his own rule, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Obviously, that's not ideal, Current.
I suppose it is just a story that's already happened. It already has an end.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't love that this is my whole deal right now.
And I don't know love that the only parent that I've ever come to know and love is real has seemingly just been reduced just to sadness. All right, I'll play his little game. I think I'm gonna walk up to Nikia and take one of the charms and attach it to her wrist with just like a very gentle peck on the cheek and saying, "You don't have to take this one from me."
And you place it on her wrist. And Lunoran showed no difference when you placed it on their wrist. But when you place it on Nikia's, there's this flash of golden light. And her eyes go wide.
Yeah, what do you see?
That makes...
What is it?
That makes sense, but it's stupid sense. It's... You don't... You weren't told? You don't know.
I don't know what? I don't... What did... No.
You placed it on me and... It told me.
And you know even more than I do.
I want to tell you.
It's not in your best interest.
No, it is. It's just ash in my throat. I can't. I know it's the kind of sadness you're talking about.
I mean, more than what was there?
No, not more. Different subjects. Just... I know what it's like to have a legacy haunt you and taunt you at the same time.
And you know what was left after my mother, after I was gone? It was just Monarch with that. That's what I came from. Now you know more about it than even I do, which seems to be the theme of things.
I would tell you if I could.
I feel like Empire probably has plans for exactly when he thinks it's the right time. Another sick game.
Oh, I can't tell you that, but I can at least tell you who I am.
Yeah. Who are you really?
She breathes out this like frustrated exhale, and this is the first time you really notice it. There are faint exhales of gold. Probably the remnant of every time she's tried to tell you the truth and been magically bound from doing exactly that. I'm Discord.
Okay. I knew that. I mean, didn't know that, but I think I didn't want that to be true.
And current what she learns, this makes so much sense. It makes sense. Everything my mom has been doing makes sense. But if you're Monarch, you're the guardian of this, you must already know it.
You have to understand, when I went into that heart, I lost every chance to get those answers. When Monarch disappeared, I may have their power, I may have their essence, but I have none of their wisdom, none of their memories.
I wish I understood godhood better.
Wish we didn't have to. You know, Discord gave me Monarch's card. She's had us right where she's wanted us for a long time.
Yeah.
This is over. Whatever happens. Yeah, she cannot be let to go on.
It's more than that. It's God. And she turns around and she grabs the candelabra from behind her and she pulls off one of the candlesticks and blows it out. And she kneels down on the ground. And she starts trying to carve letters into it. And you'll notice she gets one curve in and her hand starts to shake. There's more gold in the air as she starts exhaling.
Can I try to steady her hand?
Oh. Perhaps. I think that sounds like a good call.
Or is there a way that I can channel any kind of energy, anything to?
Yeah. I think it puts Nakia at serious risk to try and defy holy doctrine as passed down by a god. And she's going to try and do it in this moment to bring the truth to you.
Would this be like defy disaster?
So I think we're going to have you defy disaster.
Okay. Let's see.
With no inspiration.
No inspiration. This is just a raw defy disaster.
Yep. So when you push your limits to achieve something extraordinary that's not covered by another move, or to avert an imminent danger to yourself or someone else, say what you're willing to sacrifice and pick your approach. 10 plus, you'll do it with style. At the GM's discretion, you may also learn new information, discover a new opportunity, or gain a string on someone. 7 to 9, the GM will offer you a hard choice or success with a sacrifice, or 6 less is going to be a downbeat.
Oh, okay. What can I sacrifice? Oh God, I don't know what to give you.
Would you like to hear some thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, first and foremost, let's ask the players first. Can you think of anything worthy of sacrifice? I always forget that I should let the players weigh in first.
Maybe the privacy of this conversation.
Yeah, that is good.
I always think of like some kind of memory.
Then my mind always goes extreme. I'm like, let me give you my memory of everything that happened when I gained Monarch's powers. That's like it's way too over the top. Yeah, I kind of like the privacy one. Like maybe there would be somebody else here who is also like Corbin, a tad bit invisible.
Yeah, you could do privacy. I think is a really good option. The only other one that I was thinking of was good standing with Ampara. You are in good standing with Ampara right now, and you are defying his play, right? You're defying the order of things.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Because I think that might have some harsh repercussions. Yeah. Let's say that I would lose favor with Ampara.
And if you have a string on Nakia, can you use that to help your roll here? Or is that how that works? If it's like a defy disaster
No, I
about
wasn't sure
Nakia?
because I do have a string, but I didn't know in defy disaster with Nakia.
So we haven't been using strings, baby, and I thought maybe we could use a string here if we need to.
I do have a silly little string.
Let's see, strings. Does she have a string on you?
Does Nakia have a string on
I'm
me?
so sure. Let me triple check. Because I don't believe that you can spin a string, but I think Nakia could to add one to your roll.
Oh. I don't know if Nakia has a string on me.
Nakia does not have a string.
I think I have. You know what? It's okay. We're gonna leave this up to the dice. It's gonna be fine.
I'm going through all the notes just to see if there's one in there because I put all the strings in the notes. Continue. I'll let you know if I find one.
Okay, here we go. Straight roll. It's a 9.
You lucky duck. So I will offer you now a hard choice or success with a sacrifice. So
You know what? I'm gonna. Hold
Let
on.
me give you.
I have a move I might want to use right now.
Oh my god! What? Another move?
Hold on.
Pray tell.
Hold on. Oh, where is it? Okay, so will this me choose an upbeat or change? I think I have a move that will change the mixed beat to an upbeat. It's not my sword. Hold on, I know I have it. Oh my god.
I'm also looking. Let me see.
I have something like that. Yep. Heaven's Sword. Legions have their heads full of the ghosts of their past selves. The voices are loud, but their collective wisdom and unfulfilled desires steadies the hands of the Legion as they are at present. Once per session, tell a tale from your tragic past to bump a downbeat to a mixed beat or a mixed beat to an upbeat and choose two. An antagonist takes a string off you.
Oh,
I thought that might be tasty.
Give these to me. Oh, I can't wait to see which of these you choose. So you get 3 options, bestie. An antagonist can take a string on you. Something in your actions or words will hurt, scare, or confuse somebody you care about. And someone you are smitten with becomes smitten with someone dangerous to you. Which 2 will you be picking tonight?
I think I'm going to let an antagonist take a string on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also going to let someone that I'm smitten with become smitten with someone dangerous.
So you are smitten with who right now?
I am currently smitten with Gemma.
Oh, Gemma. Oh, Gemma.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering.
Who?
Yeah, I'm just scared.
I can't wait for you to find out. We'll sit on that one. Oh, my wheels are turning. I must leave that be. Okay. So you join Nakia in carving with this candle. It is gold on the floor of this balcony. Even though you are helping her with it, you can tell that it is still causing her pain. And the first letter gets carved, and it is an A. And Nakia looks up at you, and there are gold tears running down her eyes. She goes, "There's a lot more letters than this. We have to keep going."
Nakia, do you want to keep going?
And she doesn't even answer you. She just keeps carving. The next one, both of your hands are touching as the next letter gets carved, which is a P. Immediately, she moves on to the next. An E. She says, "Almost done with the first one then." Brings it down to an X.
Apex. I know that word, Nakia. I know that word.
And she goes, and you're trying to rack your memory because you have heard this word before. And also there's just this magic beginning to burn inside of you. You can't tell if it is just the emotions of this moment and the like clear like magic that you're having to work past to help her get this done, or if there is burgeoning godhood cut in your throat as the next word letter of the next word gets carved. And she says, just a bit more. And she carves 3 more words, more letters. D, E, and I. And at this point, there is a compulsion to this magic. You have rolled to a 10+ to defy disaster. So at the end of this, you are going to tell me how you heal the situation, as it were. But I will tell you what happens before that point. You may also take a string on Nakia as well. As this information is carved DEI, you notice that you are the one who brings the next letter down. Like you've known it this whole time. And in fact, over the next few words, the next few letters, you don't realize when Nakia's hand falls off to the ground. Her form going limp next to you. All you are compelled to do in this moment is finish the letters. Apex, deicide. Singular guarded truth.
Yes, I think at that I maybe at that moment I realized that I'm the only one holding on to this candle, and I drop it immediately.
And to remind you, on a 10+ on defy disaster, you can do it with style, right? So how cool these next few moments look, totally up to you.
And I'm basically painting you a picture of how I stop catastrophe happening in this moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I drop it. But I think that surge of energy happening has probably come to that tipping point. It's at its apex, if you will. I think I maybe don't even notice that kind of everything is kind of like my hair is kind of just suspended. My dress is kind of seeming to be flowing on its own. I drop the candle and immediately look for Nakia. I immediately realize that her hand is no longer there. And I see her on the floor, unconscious.
Yeah, she's holding on to consciousness. She's like laying on her side, and she's breathing gold in and out.
I think at that moment I'm going to bring her up into my arms, and I want to place one of my hands on her chest and get as close as I can to her mouth and literally try to breathe in this gold, trying to take whatever is harming her on as my own.
Yeah, you start breathing this gold around you, and you can watch it light up the veins underneath your skin. You are glowing faintly gold.
And I think as I'm doing that, I'm telling her it will not end like this. This is not yours to bear. This is not your secret to suffer from.
Yeah, and you're saying this to her and trying to get her to come back to you with this sentiment. And there is a moment where the gold in your body reaches your hands, where you're touching her. And there's this static shock in between the two of you. It feels dimmer, but very similar to what happened when you touched Lunoran earlier. Divinity coming in contact. And her eyes fly open.
I think I take a deep breath at that point. And I have tears coming down, maybe even with a little bit of gold in them at this point. I think my first reaction, which is so just out of how I would normally react, I think I said, "Don't you ever fucking scare me like that again, Nakia. You all right?"
You ask her this, and it kind of surprises her a little. So much so that she just smiles faintly and goes, "Of course I am. We're gods, aren't we?"
Yeah. And gods can die.
They haven't yet.
They will. And I think I kind of sit her up, and I go over to the other candles, and I'm going to take one of the lit candles and I'm going to put it up against where the wax words are, the letters, and just start melting them away.
As you start melting the words away, Nakia, who is still laying on the ground, like only propped up by her elbows, regards you and says, "That's what it means. Unspeakable power or something to the first person who can kill a god. That's what they've been fighting about this whole time."
Their weakness.
Our weakness too. That's why Discord gave you the card. You're much easier to kill. Not that I'm trying. Sorry.
No, you're right. You're right.
She's gonna kill you.
I don't think she was counting on me knowing that. See, Nakia, she's going to try to kill Monarch. But I'm going to tell you the same thing I've been telling everybody this whole time. Nakia, I'm not Monarch. So she can try. We have something she doesn't. We have cards, most of them. We have each other. This court is alone. So let her try. Maybe then she'll be the first.
It doesn't have to be you, Current. It could even be... It could be Mirafall, even. Any god will do. That's why the grove was poisoned.
Just meet her.
I don't know. This is terrible. This is bad.
We know, Nakia, we know. And that's already more power than anyone was counting on. And on Para, he knew this was coming. He has us all here for a reason to find out. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't an accident that I was going to be the last one to know. So we plan. Because we have to keep Mirafell safe. We have to keep you safe. We have to keep Gideon safe.
Yeah.
The others have to know. But I think I looked down at my bracelet. Or at the charm. And there's one charm remaining, right? There's 3.
Yeah. You will also now notice that as you look at yours, you also sneak a glance at Nakia's and see that once there was 1 charm, there are now 3 as well.
Seems secrets may travel. So then, who does Chameleon tell?
I don't know yet.
Goes on Para will have us figure out who that is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I promise. And I think I go down to her again and take both of her hands. I will not let them hurt you or your siblings. I promise. Even if it means the end of my life, you will all live.
Oh my God, have you been hanging out with Gideon for too much? That sounds exactly like something they would say. Oh, fear not. Should I need fall on the blade, it will be your life that I save. I'm not gonna fucking do that. Either we all live or we all die.
But, you know, life's not like that, right? It's not.
No, Current. No. That's not how this goes down.
Well, that was the fight I was looking for. So then what do we do next?
You can't act like you know.
Of course not. And that's if Empire already Doesn't know. Seemed like some pretty powerful magic keeping you from telling me.
It's all right. Might have killed a mortal. I'm a god.
You are God. You're a kick-ass God. I think I like give her just like a little joshing like shove to the shoulder. You got this. Yeah. You're a god with cards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like you said, everybody lives, or we all fucking die together. I think I offer her a hand to stand up.
She takes your hand. Sounds fair. We all fucking live or we all fucking die.
Sounds like a plan to me. Well, what do you think? Should we? This is an awfully nice pool. Wouldn't want that to go to waste. Or we could meet up with the others.
Which do you want?
I think I look at Nakia and then look towards where the main hall is, where everybody is at, the ballroom. And I just say, fuck it. And I jump into the pool.
Yeah, you jump into the pool. Your beautiful outfit just immediately soaked. There's just this huge splash of water that like hits Nakia's feet before receding back into the springs. And Nakia like crosses her arms and kind of looks down at you.
You afraid of a little water? God? Okay, I hold out my hand again.
And she looks at your hand, and then she backs up and jumps, sailing right over your body and into the pool.
Typical. I'd say as I turn around to join her.
Yeah, and I think that you turn around to join her, and you can see that her mask fell off in the middle of the dive. And it's just her, and there's some hair loose and falling in front of her face, and she pushes it to the side with a heavy breath. And she just breathes in really deep, looking at you.
I think I too go to take my mask off. I think I go and I wipe off the rest of the wet hair strands so you can see all of her face. And then I'm gonna lean in to do a little kiss.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, here you are. Perfect.
You lean in to kiss her. And I think that is where we should end tonight's episode. And we'll see what happens after that at our season finale. Oh, so exciting. Oh man. Oh please. Please give away some dice. I think this might be a kiss in a dangerous situation. I'm so thrilled with what a good little night we've had. I cannot wait, fair heroes, to see where the finale leaves you. it's just also yes, a dear. Please pour one out for our fallen heroes along the way. They're all fine. They just had to. Just the ethereal storm is still present. I'm so excited to head to a lovely season finale with the situation we've set up. If you have any parting words for our dear God Slayers, would you like to share them here and now? It'd be anything you got coming up, or another Ganon hot take. Really, like no, another, what are we thinking?
I have no Ganon hot takes because I've never actually seen Ganon because I just started Breath of the Wild for the first time and I've never touched a Zelda game ever. So that's my Zelda news.
Perfect.
If you ever need any help in any very specific moments in any dungeons, I have incredible knowledge of every story beat and moment, every dungeon, and all the games.
And I have no idea what I'm doing at any moment in that game. So yes.
I love that for you. Well, you certainly knew what you were doing tonight, so congratulations. Awesome tasty scenes from everybody here in this Chili's.
I did my best. I'm not smart enough to go toe to toe with the Discord. It's so scary. I just want to be like, fuck you, but I can't. I can't do that. So I was trying to sound cool, like, yes, well, it shall be you who takes the last breath. But I'm not.
So, no reverse.
Fucking loser.
So good. That's the thing. Is like, oh please, tomorrow. Tomorrow
is the Succession and Barry finale. If anyone needs to contact me, don't. I won't be around.
We're on like episode 7 of season 3. And I'm going to try and get there in time.
This season?
I'm on season 3 of Succession. I'm going to try and get there before the finale tomorrow. I've been working so hard. Life has been throwing everything possible at me to stop me from getting to the Succession finale in the time. And I will be marathoning it from this point to tomorrow to try and get there in time.
Now, to be clear, do you mean season 2 or season 3?
I'm on season 3 right now.
And so you've gotten to the okay, I'm not gonna say anything.
Maybe I haven't gotten to the thing. Maybe I haven't gotten there yet.
No.
We just finished the vote.
That's like every fucking episode.
So sorry.
The bear hug with the board. Come on.
The bear hug with the board.
I'm really excited.
To get out of it.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
really
we'll
excited about that. That's what's going on in my life. Still striking.
Trying to get there to the mountaintop.
Still out there on the picket lines, getting free food. There's been some free food trucks.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just podcasting now, so you just go ahead and cut me off whenever. I'm unemployed and any Zelda game come out, so I got all the time in the world to talk.
I got fired right before New Horizons came out, and I was like, "This is meant to be."
Great.
This is what we're made for. Oh, I'm so excited for our finale. It's going to be such a wretched little time. Oh, I can't wait. And I hope people fight.
Oh, God.
I want to kill someone for sure.
I just threw poor Gemma to the wolves.
Inthrix is on his way out.
But what if we gave that pill to someone else? Because he feels like we could kill him. And what if we kill someone else?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't even think about that.
That was my first thought. Was oops, Chintrix.
I should have thought about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking do it.
Because I already have an idea. Because I don't even have to do anything.
I'm like, bring that shit to Alan. He can figure out how to make another one. We're gonna have we're just gonna go into a whole operation here.
Ystera would really know.
Ystera would know.
But speaking of knowing, if you hang out with us on patreon.com, you can come to Scheme Times, and then you'll really know some stuff. Scheme Times Bud get let on all the good secrets. You also get fun little postcards like this for Gideon's saucy little letters to gods. You can join us on Discord to see all those sonnets where they were written. There's a gaggle of gamers soon I should
What?
theoretically, the last Monday of the month would be this next Monday. Surprise to all of us.
Whoa!
Theoretically, we should be doing a Gaggle of Gamers soon.
Whoops.
But I do miss playing Raft with you all, so that's exciting.
Yes.
Oh my god. And then of course we're gonna have a scheme time next Thursday. As always, a dear thank you to Die Hard Dice and One More Multiverse for being such incredible partners to our very good show. And I can't wait to see who my players decide to poison.
Yeah. Oh, also speaking of Easter, did we ever tell all the Godslayers about the Ystia code?
Oh my god, we should leave them with that because that's so delicious. So obviously last time it was a big reveal that Kaylin has had this deal going for a while. And so one of the things is that you received, it was given to you, you received a dossier. You were given an envelope full of information about people going to the party. And in that, you were told who your contact would be, and that would be Ystira. And you were given a confirmation code to say to one another, hopefully without anyone noticing. And that was like a real big test that I gave you. And do you have it pulled up?
I do, yes.
Yes, please. What was it your job to say?
I had to say, I hear Anpara's soirees are unlike any mortal affair.
And you did say that. And then of course, Ysira said, yes, both the sun and the flux are radiant here. And nobody caught us. So
Yep,
congratulations.
Yep.
This is great work.
It was good times. Yeah.
Oh, man. And now Corvin is keeping a secret from Gideon, which makes him feel so bad. But what is happening?
I'm so sorry. I just got a funny DM about I'm playing a game with Ganon in chat where I have a PC that's very Gideon coded but less evil. They're a paladin. That's just funny. They're both about to become a god and have no brain cells.
Good
and that's
for
why
you.
I was laughing. I was like, I'm a
love that
one-trick
you've got
pony.
a brand. Yeah, it's a brand. I love that. Oh, I love that. Always makes me excited to think about what story we'll tell next. Hopefully you can keep your streak up. All right.
Trying.
Well, besties, I think it's about time that we head back into the ethereal storm to see what the mortal world has waiting for us. And then in just a little bit of time, we will endeavor to find some more Acrimon to uncover. How's that sound?
Great.
Alrighty, besties, thank you so much for telling stories with me tonight, and thank you so much for listening to them. Remember, you're the hero in your own. Don't forget to stay thirsty, and we will see you next time. See you then, God Slayers. Good night.